Well, howdy. I fuck with this song. Very Captain song. I feel like our brand of lovable emo songs are very different, but I'm getting tongue. Yippee, 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 yippee. Are very different, but we both like. I don't know. It's just funny. It's funny to me that we both love emo music, but mine sounds like fucking the Legend of Zelda fucking Midwest emo mix is a good example. Like that kind of like whiny acoustic thing, and yours is very like rock and like enjoyable. So every time I hear something that like emo rock, I'm like Captain. Oh, Captain is on my mind. It's true, it's true. Yeah. I bought myself a little treat on the way home because I had another rough day. We love to see it. The Cap posted a stream notification for not. Wait a minute, why did Cap do that? Cap, why are you out here doing that? I'll kill you. You lovable freak. You bastard. Oh. Cap just got mine too. Love you, Cap. Love you. Love and appreciate you. I'm gonna finish shoving this white cream into my mouth, and then we're gonna play some Cyberpunk. How's up? Why are you subscribing to that tier? There ain't nothing there for you. Thank you. Appreciate you. A whole fucking year. That's crazy. Should we pack it up? A year sounds about good. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. Let's fucking go. Man, buying games is a fever dream for me. Every time I see something on sale, it's like my mind stops working. I look at my Steam library, I'm like, when the fuck did I get Ultra Kill? Oh yeah, I was told it's on sale. And then it was here. I saw it all in a crystal ball. The way. Damn. We gotta get a proper layout thing. Assets. The thing that streamers have. You know, the thingy. The thingy with the plates. Also, Helta, I love that you have a drawing tablet that's 4 of your old ones taped together. That's gonna be great. I mean, the last time I saw you an art by you, it was me with massive titties. So, you know, I'm fucking pumped. I'm... Well, you know, not massive, but like, pretty impressive. Keep that shit rolling. That's what I'm saying. That wink is doing things to me. Me winking at me? Every time I wink in the mirror, I come on the spot. The egomania is fucking taking hold. There it is. Jesus Christ. I finally found out how to get Moobot's chat feature working, but I don't think that'll show my 7TV emotes, actually, now that I'm thinking. On record that I've installed Baldur's Gate 3 for tomorrow? Let's go! Captain, I'm proud of you. I'm trying to remember any one of our... I guess I could just write my name. That's a 7TV emote. Alright, Moobot, what do you got for me? Nothing? Awesome. Terrific. Well done. See, that was the one I was trying to remember. Genuinely. I was like, what's the fucking titty one that Captain's always posting? And it was that one. Sorry, I got distracted. I was staring. Okay, I'm gonna boot up Cyberpunk. We're gonna get the fuck into this. Well, that one's, you know, unnecessary. I haven't even done nothing. Guess whose magic box isn't set up? Ah, we're stopping it. Game time. Game time. I'm excited. I'm excited. I want to start. Because when I played this game by myself, the part we got to last time was where I also stopped. So, now I actually... and now I have Phantom Liberty. I don't know what that adds, but it's there. It sure is there. Hello, Simokybus Anteculus. Or Twig.
Welcome to the show. Hello, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
I hate that the loading screen will just go on forever. Okay. Brain Dance Quarterly? That makes sense that she would have that in her room, doesn't it? Oh, I've decided my new best evil romance partner in Baldur's Gate 3. And it's objectively correct. Twig. Yeah. How's your week been? Twig. 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 Twig without the eye? Wait, it's not me? Well, besides Captain, who's not always there. It's Lump the Enlightened. Every time. Am I not astonishing? Yes, you are, big boy. She's a lager enjoyer. She's an enjoyer of Brosif lager. More Brain Dance news. Ooh. Damn, this is cool. You're gonna have to stop me from reading all the books in this fucking game, too. What's the Green Death? I'm running away from Green Phantom. You have nothing to fear. The Green Phantom only comes after the worst criminals. I've also met the Phantom once before. You don't know what you're talking about. It's late. You should sleep. I bet the old man's the Phantom. Oh. No, something else. Okay, I should have read them.
You how to get in touch with the Voodoo Boys?
No, maybe. Why?
Why? Worried that I'll give Evelyn up to him?
No.
Ah!
I didn't trust you at first, but...
My keyboard.
Well, if you wanted to get
broken.
back at Evelyn, you would have done it already.
I see.
So why the worried look?
I want it all to work out for you. You got a plan?
She's worried about me? Aw, shucks. I'll ask her
I'll
out.
ask around. Make a few calls. Let me put it this way. The Voodoo Boys wouldn't trust a cat if it walked onto their turf. But someone's gotta know a way in.
Well, good luck. I hope you won't need it.
Thanks, Judy.
No, V. Thank you. You're a good person.
You don't know
Evelyn
that.
could never see what was under people's skin. If she could have gotten to know you a bit better, then who knows?
What'd you do to your
It might have
keyboard?
turned out differently.
You dropped that in the lake too? Bathroom. Alright, nobody can stop me. I'm gonna start reading the things I want to read in this game too. I always get embarrassed about it, and you all always are supportive about it. But now I'm here. Now I'm out here, being embarrassed about it anyway. Who am I calling? Mr. Hands? Sure.
V is calling. Ergo, V as well.
Need to make contact with the Voodoo Boys chief, if he can swing it.
Ah, straight to biz. Ultra heavy variety. The Voodoo Boys, led by one Maman Brigitte. It's no easy feat getting an audience with her.
Maman Brigitte? That a nickname? Spooky cold alias?
Alas, I've not had the pleasure of asking her over tea. But no. Many assume otherwise, yet her title carries no religious weight. The Voodoos don't adhere to their cultural heritage. Rather, they loosely allude to it.
Oh, cool.
Really not doing biz with the Voodoos?
Surprised? I strive to avoid risking my dealings. They pose much of it. Still, feelers I can extend. No harm in asking around. I just need information from you. A springboard, if you will.
Humidity. Ah, I see. What in the goddamn fuck is that name? Oh, that's right. They can't see the picture. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Tummy hurty? Damn. Too much tongue.
Let's say there's something I got that they want.
You've got something for the VDBs. Trust me, they don't want it. They don't need it. An insular bunch all round. Tech, networks, what you will, all in-house. But if you insist, I'll poke around. In the event of a twitch, you'll hear from me.
Cool. Helpful. Now I think I want to go do a thing that I have not yet done, which is... I want to go talk to Mama Wells. Oh, that's right, I don't have a car. Too much pizza? Damn. Wait, who's on the phone now? Who? Adventure, you say? I'm in. Hear ye, a gang of rogue jokers is scattered across Night City, hidden in plain sight. Oh, the fucking Balatro Joker? What am I supposed to do with this? Find it, obviously. Cool. I'm literally a fool? What's your excuse? Alright. Hey! This is mine now. Thanks! Is he shooting me? No, that was the music. Okay. Ah! Holy shit! Ah! Fucking hell! Meow. Jesus!
All units in the area. Disorderly conduct reported in Watson. 331 responding. On my way, dispatch. But only because I like you.
Okay. Stop flirting on the police radio. Makes it more annoying to eavesdrop on you. Ooh, fucking got your ass. Hi. Ah!
Suspect's vehicle has been located. Details have been sent. Got a hit!
Ah! Give me that. Cool. And moving on. Spooks! How are you doing? My day was a little rough, but now I'm here, so everything is good.
Newsflash, people. You've heard about this relic that Arasaka's teasing to the rich and famous. It's all over the scream sheets. Copy your personality engram into a chip, and your loved ones don't have to say goodbye when you finally die. Carry your dear sweet grandma around on the chip. Ask her for advice or pick me up whenever you need it. Eternal life of a sort. Of course, this is only on offer to the richest and most powerful people. Immortality isn't for squeebs like you and I, the common man. But is there more to it than that? We know that Arasaka's been working on mind emulation technology for half a century now. Most notably with the infamous Soul Killer. You've probably heard of it. It's a net weapon capable of copying your mind to a secure server.
Sorry, there's like a little symbol of clothes on the map. I love clothes.
And what do they do with the copies? They interrogate them. Experiment.
Got any nice threads for me?
If thrift falls into your definition of nice, then sure.
And it does. Sorry, I gotta mute my mic. Hold on. Let's go! We love getting takeout. We love getting money and then immediately spending that money. Do I want their weird masks? No, not really. I don't like this coat, but I don't know. I kind of fuck with what I already have. I'm not gonna lie to you. And you're fucking... I am pleased to inform you that vehicle has been repaired. Cool.
And Arasaka gladly makes a copy of your brain, puts it on a chip, and hands it over. But not before making a copy for themselves. And that copy goes straight to digital interrogations, where they pull your psyche apart bit by bit until they've squeezed every last memory out of you.
Jesus.
Every compromising situation, every crime, every heartache, your secret fears and desires. And now you belong to them. Literally. Yeah, someone in Arasaka's marketing division should get a raise for this one. They've taken the most feared weapon in Arasaka's arsenal and turned it into a luxury consumer item. That's pretty impressive when you think about it.
Master Hawk, get one for me? Alright, when I have some spare money, I'll buy you clothes in this video game that you will not be able to access. Ah! I'm gonna try and not damage this car, but I'm also trying to drive it in first person, which is, you know, fucking insane. Jesus Christ. I really should have just hit a fast travel thing.
V, it's your lucky day. If you're serious about making headway in Pacifica, that is.
Work some magic for me.
As I said, whatever you're offering, the V-Boys could not, I quote, give a shit. You kept your receipt, I trust. Yet a counteroffer was forthcoming. A gig. Successful completion thereof could earn you an audience with Brigitte.
Okay.
So who do I contact next?
Church, Sloan Lane, inside by the altar. They'll know to look for you.
Got it. Thanks, Hans.
You don't know me, but you will. Name's Dino. Deal with downtown, city center.
V.
Yeah, I know. What about you? Hot stuff. Need anything, you call me. Remember, Dino knows everybody.
I kind of already got a guy, but thanks. By the way, you're welcome to swing by anytime. Cool. Oh nice, it gets repaired every time I call for it. That is good to know. Ah, whoops. Alright, well, that didn't work out for long. Can I? No. I would need some sort of double jump thing. You just phased through the wall. How'd you do that? 2 Indian curries with 3 spicy garlic naans? Let's fucking go. Who's eating better, me or my toilet? Gross. I'm into it. Who are you? What is this? What are you taking pictures of? Who is speaking Japanese? This is an art exhibit? What are you taking pictures of? This is nothing. This is trash. Oh, it is a museum. Hola. How you doing? Not yet. Take care of yourself. Aw. How is she? Gotta run? Okay. See ya. Thanks for checking up on me. Cool. Hello, Rorin.
Red Menace, Purple Force, it's Oscar!
Ah!
Making waves in Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris. The next stop is on your doorstep.
25 hour 7? Well, that seems... Wow, it's just this, huh? Just some magazines and some vending machines. Yeah, no wonder it's fucking 25/7. It's unmanned. I guess everything's unmanned here. Or at least a lot of things. Damn, this is such a nice little park I found myself in. Very pretty. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Whoa.
Hey, I don't think I know you.
I'm Claire. Might not remember me. Bartender at the Afterlife.
Oh, hey Claire.
Uh-oh. Forgot to close my tab.
Bar has a buzz about you lately. As the merc who's reliable, gets things done.
Really?
And since I need help,
Okay.
need a driver for street races. Drop by my auto shop, I'll tell you more.
Hell yeah.
Your garage. Where is it?
In Arroyo, on Valley. Lovely spot, can't miss it.
Cool.
All right. Try not to.
If I'm not there when you arrive, just hang. I'll show up after my shift at the after.
Okay. See you, Claire.
Sounds good. I'm gonna open up a 26/8 market. Holy shit, they said it couldn't be done.
Heard you're home.
Oh,
Already?
hey Padre.
Sure got that ear to the ground.
Siempre. Anyway, you need something. You know where to find me.
I think siempre means always. I don't know. Jesus, my phone's blowing up. See, that's another reason I love the Street Kid opening better, because you get to talk to Padre right away. He's awesome. It also doesn't really make sense that he would say that to me. Yeah, I really think the Nomad opening is not great. There's a small temptation in me to start over and switch it, but that would be crazy. Because most of the game is the same no matter what. But like, I don't know, I'm nosy, man. I like all the details being good. I guess I should go this way. Excuse me. Haha! Oh, this is a one-way. Okay. Well. Well, get out of the way! Dude! Dude! Okay. That's what I fucking thought. Sorry. I'm sure that'll buff right out your shin bones. Alright.
Pool table? We got to get rid of it.
Really? He's pretty massive.
V, nice to see you.
Hello.
Oye, sit. Sit. You want a beer?
Sure.
Wouldn't mind one.
Ooh.
Salud. A lot of time
Salud.
has passed. How you been?
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there somehow?
Somehow. You could have come over for dinner.
I know.
Nuestra casa es tu casa. But okay. We put it behind us. I am in the middle of preparing an ofrenda. There is still so much to take care of.
Want to take part in the ceremony, but want to do it the right way, in line with tradition. But something I'd lay by his casket that'd do justice to his memory. I don't got anything.
But your heart is in the right place, mi niña. Don't worry. It's symbolic. Look for something in his garage. His past is all there.
Thanks, Mama Wells.
Don't mention it, V. You have respect. I admire that. The garage is on Republic. Ahí te veo.
Side quest, take part in a funeral. Yippee!
Hi, V.
You here alone? This is not exactly the safest neighborhood in town, Misty.
I used to sit on the stairs when I was 10. 26 now. If anything was gonna happen, it wouldn't have taken this long.
What are you doing here?
Sitting and waiting. And yeah, waiting for him. Though I know he's never coming back. Lately, I've just been coming here to sit. An hour. Sometimes 2. I know it's gunk, it's just... I miss him. A lot.
Yeah.
Wanna sit? Catch up?
Hardly gonk at all. Just... well, human.
I guess.
Jack talked about you. A lot. Always saying how much you meant to him.
Did he really say that? I bet he used different words.
Maybe, but that's what he meant. I really believe that.
You actually got to know him. The real Jackie. Everybody else thought he was a goofball with a rough-hewn face and an edge. But they're wrong.
What did you see in him?
Let me tell you what he told me once. Told me he'd take a bullet for me. In an instant. Even if it'd kill him.
Spoken like a true Haywood boy.
A man. With dreams, ambitions. Only thing they cost him was his life. There's a huge chunk of his past in there.
Mama Wells is having a send-off for Jackie.
Hi,
And he'd found
Cyrus!
something he really cared about.
Happy Friday.
Mind giving me a hand?
I'm not sure I should go in there, V.
Still too soon.
No, it's not that. Mama Wells and I aren't exactly on the best terms. She wouldn't want me touching any of his things. Disturbing the memory. That I know.
Jackie'd want you here. That's more important. Come on. Fine piece of metal and mechanics. He was so psyched.
This is gonna be sad.
Gotta be hanging here since 2020.
I know that year.
Jackie loved to pump iron, didn't he?
He called it his form of meditation. He used to say barbells are the best listeners. They understand all your problems and never give you gonk advice.
The fuck am I looking at? Trying to look at it.
Love to poke around engines.
He was 15 when he first got on a bike.
Knowing him, it is a miracle he never wiped out.
Oh, he probably did. Like a lot. Sort of part of the charm. I am low. Uh-oh. The mic says it's good on OBS. Let's try bumping up the gain a little bit, just in case. Oh, which is are the right one? Test, 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 test. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, maybe that. Oh. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're up to something cool.
Still full.
I am so glad it's the weekend.
Strategic reserve.
Cool.
No touching.
How come?
¿Por qué no puedes tocar una reserva estratégica? Va?
Can't touch a strategic reserve. Okay, I've learned things. I've learned a thing.
Locked. Wonder what's in there.
That's his lair. Slept there. He must have had a different key. Let's look around. Might be tucked away somewhere.
Found it.
Pretty easy to found. Nah, life suck. It do that.
Oh, Jackie.
Playing Elden Ring for the first time? Let's go!
It's a long story.
Hey, you alright?
I'm so much better than alright. I once told Jackie he should sweep all the dark energy out of this place. A sand mandala'd do the trick, for example. He told me that out of sand he'd build a castle, a home, the Wells family hideout.
What a poetic asshole, that one.
I guess you made a bigger impression than you thought.
I guess I did.
It's beautiful.
It's hideous. But it's also the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
What a dork.
Jackie's favorite tequila. Still sealed.
It's his lucky charm. One of the first bottles ever made by Jesus de Abajo.
The founder of Senson Tequila.
Only 100 of them left in the world. All owned by the 1%.
How did Jackie get this one?
Some shriveled abuela in Mexico sold it to him. Told him de Abajo had stolen her recipe.
I see, I see, I see. Captain! I'm glad we ballin'. I'm glad you have survived your tummy ache. You are so brave. I'm not gonna rob him. That seems rude.
Leather belt?
Sort of a memento. His dad's. He used to beat both Jackie and his mom with it. Until one day, Jackie fought back. Kicked his butt. Told him he'd kill him next time. Old man was hospitalized and then he left.
Why'd he hold on to it?
In case his dad ever comes back.
Woof, that would be a horrendous thing to bring. kind of glad it's not an option. Okay. The only thing in this room is the tequila. I guess I can also take... I thought there were other options. I thought you got to choose. Oh well.
Taking this, yeah. Perfect for Jackie.
It is pretty perfect, though.
Well,
I don't
got
mind that.
something for your ofrenda, but we could look around a little more.
Sure. Huh. I guess I could hack into his computer. It's probably open, man, but sure. I vouched for you and V. He heard about you. I remembered you all too well even. He'll want to meet V, but I think it's just a formality. See you at the afterlife. From T-Bug. From Victor. This Saturday the boys are competing for the World Heavyweight Championship. Civets versus Blanco. Beers are already cooling the fridge. Don't forget about our deal. Blanco wins by KO in the 3rd round. You better have the Eddies. Not letting you off the hook this time. Him and Victor were watching... What, boxers? That's so sweet. Jackie, my man, Archbike Shop. You won't believe your luck. A collector selling a beauty in prime condition. Price is good, if a little over your budget. Let me know if you're interested, because if you aren't, it'll go someone else. I see. That's why he jumped on it. I think I've kind of looked at everything. There's like stuff to steal, but no, I'm good.
Where are you going?
Actually, V, I think I'll stay a while.
Achievement unlocked, return to center?
Mama Wells wouldn't want me there anyway.
You gotta come, Misty. Got a right to be there.
I'd rather not get in Mama Wells' way. It's for family.
You were family to him.
I guess you're right. Thanks, V.
I mean, I don't want to force... I wouldn't phrase it that rough, but I mean, you do have a right to be there.
You ever thought you might leave Night City?
Sure. Once upon a time, I even tried.
Seriously? Meaning...
Packed my bags and hopped on a plane to Nepal. Thought I'd stay there.
Whoops.
About the traffic outside my window and my neighbors hollering.
Sorry, I was trying different buttons for... Sorry. 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 Don't worry about that. Don't even worry about that. Hey, come on, it's dangerous out there. Some fucking freak is throwing grenades. For no good reason. Ooh, ooh. Danger music. Danger music.
P, it's good you're here.
Thanks.
We're about to start. Sit down, please.
Hey, V.
Hey, Victor. You did watch boxing. Ah, cute.
I thank you all for coming today. I'm not going to tell you what
I was trying to slow walk, yeah. I couldn't figure out how.
Instead, I'll tell you a story. When he was about 19 years old, Jackie was in the Valentinos. They were at war with Maelstrom back then. I get a call from the hospital. They tell me he got shot 3 times, just by the heart.
What are you trying to write?
He was conscious when I get there. So many tubes coming out of him. He looked like a pulpo, like an octopus or something. He said,
And hi,
No
Undoubtable.
te preocupes, mama. Look, I'm bulletproof. Nothing bad will ever happen to me.
Ugh.
And when I go, he take off his Valentino's ring. He swear he won't need it anymore. But he was not scared. He just didn't want me to worry. Descansa en paz, mi hijo.
Did I force Misty? Saris?
Among the membership of the Night City Devils Boxing Club, we had this saying. Make your best friends among the fighters who knock you out.
I mean, I
cold.
picked the dialogue option I believed in.
It's true.
V phrased it a little more direct than I would have.
No one's ever hit me as hard. I can still almost feel it.
Yes, she has a right to be there, but also, like, if it wouldn't be helpful or healing or nice for her to be there, then she doesn't have to be.
Me mandó Camporta. Lamenta no estar aquí. Todavía le quedan 4 años que cumplir. Me pidió que leyera esto. Recuerdo cuando Jackie se nos unió. Era un niño fuerte.
Remember when Jackie first came to us?
Cuando decía que iba
When he said he would do something, he did it, he had honor, he would have made it far.
Honor. Podría haber llegado lejos. Mis condolencias a la familia. Que descanse en paz.
Eh?
Anyone else?
Why are we changing titles? Hold on. I gotta add the 18 plus thing. I think that's how I had it. Wait, how did I have it? Fuck. I don't remember. I think. Did I have the plus? I must have. Surely I must have. I never changed the title from last time? Oh, I tried to change the title. Are you sure it wasn't just on your end? If you leave the tab open, sometimes it doesn't update. It was right on my end? Yeah, I think that was just on your screen, Undy.
I often think back to the first time me and Jack met. I'd been hired to drive him and some contraband across the border. He'd bought some goods, clept from Arasaka. Top secret. Priceless. A lizard. And I remember what he said then. That I came from a place where everyone's family. So he must be too.
Okay, this is gonna... he aimed high, maybe to his undoing.
Always hungry for more and never gave up. Not once. Once he set his mind on something, he was ready to die to achieve it. He once told me, Chica, the one thing we can't do is be afraid of others. He kept Haywood in his heart, always. It made him who he was. But most importantly, everyone saw Jackie as a grinning charmer who saw the good in everyone, everything. They were wrong. Jackie Wells was a hell of an ambitious chum who never gave up, and whose drive cost him his life. But he did in life.
I kind of liked the opening to this.
Reached for fortune and fame.
It was the only time I've liked the Nomad opening.
His eyes or heart.
But I did like it.
He always wanted more than he got out of life.
I wish I mentioned the item, why I chose it, but like, I guess.
I would like to say a toast. Por mi hijo. Thank you for your kind words, V. I'm glad you're here. It was a beautiful ofrenda we gave him.
Damn, just a hard cut off on the music. Bork! Hi, dog sweaters.
A lot of people come today. Even that putica Jackie was messing around with.
Her name is Misty.
What?
Misty. She was very important to him. Do you understand? Go. Invite her along for dinner. It's the least she deserves.
Do you know what? You're a good woman. Jackie would want you to have these.
You sure? Jackie'd kill me if I got so much as a scratch on it.
So don't get any scratches on it.
Thank you. I'll take such good care of it.
Cuídate, V.
Thanks. Damn. Damn. Alright. Hey, Victor.
Campos all torn up. Says he
Gonna
feels
miss
like he
him.
lost one of his own.
Wonder if he'll be as torn up after you die.
Me too, chica.
Not today.
Me too. Here's to Jackie. Gone off to greener pastures.
Jackie Wells.
A proud son of Haywood.
I should mingle, Vic.
Sure. See you later, V.
Pour you another? For Jaquito?
Sure.
For Jackie.
Sure. Best option?
Amen, sister.
Oh, telling her that she was important to Jackie? Yeah. This is a timed mission. If you don't go, it will disappear. We'll fuss you for missing it. I'm glad I made it just in time. I feel like I ignored it for a while.
It's good you came.
Sorry.
Can't shake the feeling I'm gonna turn around and see him sitting at the bar. In his favorite spot, where he always used to sit.
Hey, you! Have a drink with us, hmm? To Wells?
Do I fucking know you?
How'd you meet Jackie?
We started out together.
In the Valentinos?
No, in the fucking Bible book club. Yeah, I got only good memories of him. Rest easy up there, brother.
Think we might know each other.
Gustavo Horta.
V.
Yeah, I've heard about you. Well, heartfelt condolences, friend. From me, Campo, and all the Valentinos.
Thank you.
I forget what the old title was. Oh, the old title was I Topple Empires at the Claires, which is something my sister said before I went to work today, and it just stuck in my brain and made me laugh.
All right, why not?
Memory. To Wells. May he rest in peace.
Good for now. Thanks.
See? You gotta know when to stop.
Nah, give me a break. All right, let's go.
Lupe's been handling the loss pretty good.
She's a strong woman.
Where's... Hey, Misty.
Hey. You alright?
Yeah. I think I'm just still in that garage, mentally. I just need a sec.
That's why I wouldn't have encouraged her so harshly to come if I were in the shoes. But, what do I know? Where's Padre? Where the fuck are you, old man? Oh, you're upstairs, aren't you? How do I get upstairs? I forget. There we are. Oh, there you are. Hey.
Here to say goodbye to one of your own, Padre?
I'm here to say goodbye to a good man.
Jackie. Did you know him well?
I remember the day his mother brought him into this world. The day his father left. The day he took you into his home. Yes, V. I knew him quite well.
So, Padre, you think Jackie's looking down upon us from up there?
I believe he has met God, stood before him.
That's it?
I don't know if God left the meeting happy, but I'm pretty certain Jackie did.
I'm gonna move on.
Interesting priest. Sure. I agree with V. Sometimes life hurts and you need a strong push. In what? Sorry, I keep making her say things. Which thing? Misty. Oh, I don't know. Funerals are for the living. It doesn't really matter if Jackie would have liked to see her there. It only matters if it serves her to be there. I think it'd be nice if Misty got along with Mama Wells, because Jackie would have eventually had it that way, but besides that, I'm just a lamp. How dare you enter my home? Every weekend will be full of joy and exciting moments. Why, thanks. I'm just a lamp. You know what? For a lamp, you're all right. You ain't bad. I think I'll keep you. Fucking kidnaps you. Grabs you. I guess I will go over... Ah! And I will keep you into the basement with you. Or the attic. You know, so long as it's enclosed and difficult to escape, I don't actually care that much. I guess you could stay in the bathroom, but that might be a little awkward. But hey, I don't judge. I like the thought of death linger on past, and also I think Misty needs to be there. It's fair. It's a fair sentiment. Every time I summon you, you're colliding with the fucking ground you walk in on. Fucking hell. Don't. Oh, you're lucky you didn't clip me. I'd fucking shoot you. Wait a minute. Why am I driving this? Oh, I have auto drive. Cool. Ah! Why am I opening my stash? Is there a stash on the bike? There is a stash on the bike. Maybe. Is it? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, you had two identical iconic pistols. And... oh wait, this is my shit. Isn't it? Wait, is it not? I have no fucking idea. I can't tell. I cannot rightly tell. Anyway. Woo! Tim has some get up and go. Actually, I think this might have been the wrong way. Yeah. Ooh, the physics on this bike is actually pretty fucking satisfying. Ow. I'm just trying to get to... I was supposed to take that ramp. The roads are frustrating me. Ooh. I kind of like that I get to see my body in third person on a bike, actually. Ouch!
I've got a few guesses.
My own bike beat me up.
Working on human cloning tech for almost a century now.
What's this? Nothing. Ah! Whoops, my bad.
Come the fuck out. I'm gonna fucking die here waiting.
Ooh. Okay, well. Thank you. You had arrows above your head. I assumed the game wanted you dead. I'm sorry. Wasn't personal.
Where are you hiding?
Me?
Oh!
What? What the fuck? Ow! Fuck! Sure, man. Ah! Where'd you go? Ah! Oh shit. Fuck. I was so close. Jackie's arch do be hidden, and it do. As someone who is alive, what would be the wishes of someone dear to me who has passed matters? A lack of respect for their wishes is akin to desecration? I guess. I don't know. Ah! Ah! Shit, shit, shit. God, so fucking close each time. Or at least I feel like he's close. He looks close. His health bar looks close. Y'all ever sneeze so hard your eyes hurt? No. I only ever sneeze so hard I moan. I wish I could throw things. Ow! Fuck you! Ah! Ah! Oh shit! Too slow. Damn, that was my worst performing one of all. I fucking suck at this. I wish you would moan for me. Well, you know, make me sneeze. What do you want from me? Well, I guess I know what you want from me. You want moaning. How do I, hold on, really quick. I don't have a lot of perk points available. Okay, I was just seeing if I was like super under leveled, or I don't know. I don't know about under. Ah! Ouch. Ah! Ah! God, fuck. Woo! Where'd you go? There you fucking are. Ah! Where'd you go? Did you fucking ninja vanish? And why are you at 100 health again? Did you bounce? Kinda seems like you bounced. You fucking coward. Ah! But my thingy still says combat. Me when I say they're a coward, even though I can't stop fucking healing. Actually, speaking of, hold on. Is this pistol really the best? They're all, actually they are kind of really handy. I too long for a game that would just turn me into Jackie Chan. I mean, hell yeah. Who wouldn't? Where the fuck is this asshole? I feel like he's hunting me. That is my fear. Maybe not? The danger music stopped. Is he only back here? Should I stick around? Should I bounce? Did I glitch him? I guess I'm fucking off now. Bye, Norio. You fucking Fruit Loop. I'll come back for you later. I don't know. Eventually I assume he was one of the Cyber Psycho missions. So eventually I'll go after those missions. Ah! What the fuck? Ow! No, I'm good. Ah! I almost feel bad. You're coming just to fisticuffs me? Well, you're not, actually. Ow, fuck. Let's try and sell some shit. Bunch of people want to come fight me. Always happy to help, just don't want a backseat. I appreciate it. I am kind of fucking curious what the fuck was going on there. Why am I in a car? It's right there. How's things? All right. Not much for talks. Hi, Claire.
Hey, V. Claire, right? You come to talk about my offer? Yeah.
Sure.
Let's talk street racing. Sure, but not here. It's mayhem. I'll be at my garage after my shift. Swing by?
Oh.
Talk there.
Well, then I guess I'm not here to talk about that because you don't want to talk about that. Can I talk about Jackie? Do you have a drink for him? My guy died.
Hey, lover boy, you're spilling. Yeah, you drenched the whole bar. Just get your drunk butt home, will ya?
All right, I guess I'll go talk to Rogue. Hey, it's twins.
No, this trouble, the net around me, you wove it. You know it. I lost everything.
Let me
through
be
you.
plain again. Solve your own problems. Clean up
You
your
know
own
what, Rogue?
shit.
Go fuck yourself.
Ha.
Be careful who you bargain with.
Who up Cyber and they punk? It's me.
Rogue? Wanted to talk.
It's okay.
Hey. Nope.
Not here, not there. Who are you?
Name's V.
And what is it you want, V?
All these years, it's really her. Fucking Rogue, just kicking it back on a couch at the end.
You telling me you never sat on a couch, man?
She's got MRI. See right through you. Give her the truth.
Need your services. Gotta track a guy down.
Mm-hmm.
Anders Hellman. Hotshot engineer, worked for Arasaka.
Millisec. Anders Hellman. Pinpoint him for me?
Thanks.
Jumping too soon. First, my help's got a price. Second and third, Dexter Deshawn, Jackie Wells, T-Bug. Multiple bells ringing, V. Left a lot of bodies behind. Death walks in your wake. Chalk that up to bad luck?
There's the bitch I know.
Ask her about Saka Tower. How they shot me up right in front of her.
You got Johnny killed? Out of your mind if you say that shit.
They knew the risks. All sorts of shit happens. To all sorts of people. Even to the best. To you too, Rogue. Arasaka Tower. Remember? Who'd you lose back then? Johnny something?
Ah. You came prepped. Of course.
I do my homework.
Anyways, feelings
Or
began,
the voices told
said.
me.
This is pure biz. You need my help, so get those eddies ready.
See?
If I don't have cash?
Uh-huh. And if I don't have the scratch, it's fuck off and have a nice day.
No, more like come back when you do. Them's the breaks.
Then, see ya. Soon.
You know where to find me.
Okay, just making sure I still had enough to pay off Victor if I pay her.
Hey, Rogue. Got the scratch. Should be enough.
Come back tomorrow. We'll talk.
Okie doke. Wait until Rogue's ready? No, I'm good. I got shit to do.
Hang on just a little longer, Joe. Rooker's on the way.
Ooh, Phantom Liberty starts this early? Wait, Transgender Jesus Christ. If I was you, I'd do the racing quests early because you get good rewards, and I myself found it real fun. I won't say more. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go pay off Victor since it's nighttime, and then maybe I'll come back and do the races next. Hey. What's going on?
Don't waste my precious time.
Okay.
Who would have thought?
Ah, what is that? The Empress. Ah. Interesting. More tarot. More cool Cyberpunk. I bet there's a Cyberpunk tarot deck. I would start Phantom Liberty later because the early part does block you out of the rest of the gameplay of it. I see. I see. Dude, the radio just be turning on sometimes. Where'd you appear? Ooh. Hey. Stop right there, criminal scum. You are the cops, you fucking idiot. Woo! Hey. Who the fuck are you? Why do you have a skull on your head? Wow. Come with me. Sorry. Watson's open? Oh. For punch fights. Got it! Phantom Liberty is super fun though, plus all the extra content? Hell yeah. Hey, Victor.
Finally scrounged up enough eddies to pay you back in full.
Hold on to him just in case. You need him more than me.
Nope.
Not taking them all the way to my grave, Vic. Here. And thanks again for doing so much work on me without ever seeing an any.
That's what friends are for.
Listen, don't laugh, but I'm seeing some weird shit around town. Like murals or something. But no, they're not real.
Just a Kuroshi blip. Could take a look.
No. No, images are too complex for a blip. It's like they're symbols.
That case is the biochip. Brain can't handle the data overload. Either that, or it's reached the cortex.
Can you do anything?
Nope. Better find a way to get rid of that chip.
Yep, alright. Cool. She's probably not here anyway. Don't know what I'm scrounging around for. Oh, you are here.
Saw a weird image out on the street. Seems like your line of work.
Sorry, I'm crunching on ice over here.
Like?
Grabbed a scan, take a look.
Tarot. Major Arcanum. What you saw was a sign from a higher power.
Be a little easier if this higher power learned to be direct.
Well, the world is a maze of illusions. It's not easy for the light to shine into the prison of our earthly existence.
Right.
I'll bet.
So, what do I do with a sign I can't understand?
Sorry.
From a power I know nothing about?
I'd start by looking for more of them. The tarot describes a road, so go down it.
I did eat. Ah, my neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. What do I do about it?
Still don't know what I'm supposed to do with what I find.
Look for more images. They must have some connection to the place where you find them. Think about what you see. You ask me? They've been sent to help you find the truth.
Oh, finding the truth is pretty far down on my list at the moment.
A difficult time is coming when you'll have to choose which road to take. Then, you'll understand.
Dunno.
Come on back when you've found more. I'll help you decipher what you've seen.
Okay. I found 2. But I guess that's all you're willing to tell me about 2. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'm gonna save, because it has been a second.
Show some respect.
Sorry.
And I tell you, no! The Arasakas are no ordinary clan. They're not even human! Vampires, the lot!
I agree.
Their bodies,
The rich are vampires. Kill them with wooden stakes. It's the only way. Don't worry about the fact that that also kills everybody else. Don't even fucking fret about that. You're what? Huh? What's this? Oh, this is, yeah, for the voodoo boys. For the thingy. Psycho killer! Kiss kissy! Okay. I guess no, I don't have enough money for that yet. I guess I'll go, Captain. I see. Satisfied? Okay. I'll go to the garage. Actually, the twins are pretty close. Let's go try and beat them up again. They kept kicking my ass and taking my money last time, but maybe this time will be different. Yeah, some people. Chainsword. I thought I found a gun too. Oh yeah, I did. Cool. Sorry. Sell random food that I have somehow acquired. Should I just sell anything that's tier 1? Probably, right? Fuck it. I don't need it. Cool. I'm lost. Ah! Why can I talk to you? Who are you? Who are you and why can I talk to you? Okay, you're just cracked out of your mind. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, gamer. Get at it. Are there more people to kill down here? Sure looks like it. The key to winning street fights is a good Sandavestin. Well, I don't have a good Sandavestin. I don't even have a bad one. I just have my fisticuffs and my bad attitude. Ah! Ah! Whoops. Fine, I'll go about it the plebs way. No parkouring for a moth. What the fuck? Ah! 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 Dude! Stop crouching and run! Fuck. My non-lethal firearm was the gun Takamura gave us. I don't think Takamura gave us a gun yet. Oh wait, no, that's the one I'm using? Maybe. I don't know. There's a non-lethal firearm? What build am I running? You're funny. You're funny and you make me laugh.
I'll make you my bitch. What's the matter? God damn it!
Stop shooting me! There you are.
Come out, please.
What? Actually, no, can I cancel that? Thank you. No.
Finally, someone I can fucking fight.
Hey, can you get him?
Come out immediately!
Yeah, he tried to shoot me, totally unprovoked. Fucking get his ass. Ah! Hey, you're welcome. For doing your job for you. You know. All in a day's work. Oh, you're still alive. That's crazy. Hey, don't worry about it. Deal. There's some sort of deal. Skis Brain customers. Damn. You get the gun you used to shoot at the ninjas in the car chase in your inventory after. Ah. Yeah, I think I got rid of it. I get rid of pretty much every gun that's not iconic. Ah, sorry. In my defense, they looked at me funny. Anyway. Oh, cops. Ah, dude, fucking. I'm terrible at this. No, I'm good. No, I'm actually so good. Woo! Now you don't know who I am! Who could I be? Do I quick hack often? I used to. I haven't been. I don't know why. I forgot how, I think. I keep pressing caps lock, but that seems like not the most efficient way to do it. My build is upping whatever I need for the current... Ow. That hurt. For the current conversation perk thing I want. That is my current build. One of the mods you can put in your gun increases the damage a little and turns your gun non-lethal. Oh. Pretty cool. What are you looking at? Do you turn back on? Is that the thing? You sure do. Are you looking for me? Or are you just like a guy? Okay. Well. Hey. Alright, you fucking assholes. I like raising the stakes too much. How much money do I have? Also the music? Sick. Yeah, I don't have enough to raise the stakes. Oh.
Whatever. Oh, and if another one of you pops up, I don't mind beating a third ass.
You got a sharp tongue, no doubt about it. Let's see how that helps you when fists start flying. So, can we get started?
Show me what you got.
Age-old advice, when fighting two people, put one behind the other. Ow, fuck. Ah, Jesus Christ. You are fucking better than your twin. God, I should have raised the stakes.
Stop! Stop! I give up!
Cool.
You.
Give me my
had enough
fucking
like
money.
your brother or hungry for more?
That ain't my brother. Oh, that's me. Jesus, what's so hard to understand?
Neither of you are talking right now. That's what's so fucking hard to...
Winnings.
Thanks.
Don't worry. There's always the next fight. Stop talking to yourself.
Listen, out of curiosity, you guys can read each other's thoughts?
No. Same person, same thoughts. If that weren't the case, I'd be on schizoid meds.
Incredible. Well, good to see you transition from circus ring to boxing ring.
Give me a break.
Okay, bye guys. That was fun. God, it really wants me to go talk to Rogue. Ooh. Just more... I guess I'll hold on to my points for now. Oh, I forgot. Do I want to go back to Rogue, or do I want to keep doing stuff? Oh, yeah. The thing. The thing! How far away are you? 3 kilometers. Come here, boy. What does shift do? Why do I stand? Is it just the aesthetics of standing up on your bike? Ah! Fuck! What? There's a thing? Kind of seems like you guys did it for me. Yeah, great job. Haha. My bad.
All units in the area. Criminal activity reported in Watson.
Roger. Probably some cyber psycho again, but I'll handle it. Say, any update on my overtime bonus? Dispatch?
Why would dispatch know? Woo!
Suspect's vehicle
Hi, guys.
has been located. Details have been sent. All units. Suspect has evaded patrols. Resume search immediately.
Ow.
We have an 0211.
Hey, V! You hear me?
Loud and clear. Don't need to yell. What's up?
Doing a little competition. Shoot, prizes and all. You know, over here with the range.
Uh-huh, that'd make sense.
Well, win?
Sure.
Sure, I'm in. When?
Well, right now. We'll wait on you. See ya.
What? I'm doing something. Ow! What? Clearance sale. Ah, okay. Jesus Christ.
Since we're gonna work together, only right to say hello. They call me El Capitan, and they call you.
See, no introductions necessary. Already took care of that.
Someone comes to me with beers, I take care of it. I eat, sleep, and breathe beers.
That sounds unhealthy. Should really work on your work-life balance.
Need fresh wheels, bikes, I got it all.
Nope.
Real good prices. So hit me up anytime. Here.
No, I'm good, thanks. Jesus Christ. I'm so popular. Wow. Ah! Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Someone trying to kill me, or did I just like get off at the wrong time? I guess I'm just gonna go do the thing I was gonna do. Who?
They're coming for me.
Who? Oh, them.
Swapping mags. Give me a sec.
Ah, there you are. What am I gonna get? You guys cannot shoot through this, it seems. Mixing stunning and staggering? A curious sliding moth? I do my best. Can I not? Hearing a lot of fun noises in there, but I can't really get in. Is this not day? It feels like day. The sun's out. Claire! Lasai. What's going on over here? You gonna take your shit? Don't know how you're alive. I shot you a lot of times in the face. But, you know. Oh, not you, though. You are dead. Regina, I'm sick of you. How do I tell what time it is? My phone doesn't really tell me. Ah, tab. Hey. How you doing?
Why? Why?
Nothing. Just trying to chat. Is there anything going on around here? Selling, depositing, my vehicles, fast travel. Oh. Should I go try and fight a cyber psycho? That seems like a terrible idea. But fine. I guess I have time to kill. And an F5 key. Woo! Hey.
Oh, well.
Severe blood loss, multiple lacerations. Okay. A hard hat. Hey. Ah! Jesus Christ! Ow, fuck. I only ever have enough for rebooting her optics. Ow, fuck you. Ah! It's the bounciest chair I've ever seen! What are you even gonna malfunction? I don't have that much on me. Ah! Where'd you go? Fuck! There you are. Ah! Yeah, absolutely not. Imminent system collapse. I'm gonna imminently system collapse your mom. Nailed it. Okay, how do I fucking non-lethally take you out, huh? I guess I gotta come beat you up with this. Ah! Give me that. Are you alive? You seem alive. You're blinking and shit. Cool. Hey Tony, can you send me more stuff, please? Yesterday I fell asleep in the tub, must have froze my fingers because I can't feel anything. Scanned all the Valentino's haunts, still can't find them. It's like Lily vanished into thin air, no digital traces, no nothing. None at all. Let me check the dollhouse, but it's pretty hard to breach their sub. Maybe give it a rest. He'll come back to us once you get homesick. Just need some space. Don't say I never warned you about the Valentinos. They're like that. One day they're professing their everlasting love, the next they disappear, sin parola, and all you're left with are some stinky socks. Don't even try to pull that I told you so shit on me. You don't even know him and you're putting him in a box and everyone else. FYE, he does his own laundry. Listen, these fingers are as good as dead now. Can you set me up with some Gainic implants? Alright, just relax, get some rest. I'll get what I need. Just promise me you'll get some shut-eye. I see. Must have OD'd, then ducked outside the last minute, afraid she'd left Rod all around alone. Won't be easy to reverse what she went through, but I'm glad you didn't kill her nonetheless. The right care, she might get back on her feet. Ah, the things we do because we're a little lovesick. Damn. The things we fucking do. Cool. What am I supposed to be searching about this? Like, I did it. The truth about cyberpsychosis. Had enough senseless shootings that claim hundreds of innocents every day. I'm sick of the satire and empty, dead and implant restriction dialogue. Tired of ignoring the cyberpsychosis problem. In American society today, there's still so much common myths and misconceptions and about the so-called technology-related personality disorders. Oh, you can open your menu and move forward in time. Ah, I see. Blunt force damage if not excessive and non-lethal weapons. Nice. Oh, if I hit her again, it would kill her. Got it. People think they can become infected in sketchy Ripper Doc clinics. Scientists allegedly disagree about the cause of the disease or even about whether it exists at all. Maybe their tune change of a cyberpsycho turned their lab into a slaughterhouse, but even then I doubt it. They're not getting fat paychecks from the cyber lobby just to openly declare to the public all the nasty possible side effects that come packaged with their products. I've conducted my own research on cyberpsychosis with supreme confidence. I can confirm that this illness is indeed a byproduct of the modern lifestyle and the obsessive emphasis placed on incorporating modern tech into our lives. Although cybernetic implants can directly affect our brain chemistry, they still serve only as a catalyst for the onset of the disease. Our world is subject to intensive dehumanization. We surround ourselves with increasingly more automated machines and artificial intelligences. Our loved ones replace their nature-given eyes, lips, faces with massive metal. Some of us begin to lose sight of what it is human. We slip into feelings of total alienation and deep-rooted panic. We lose the ability to distinguish between what is real and what is only artificial, digital, synthetic. Some people begin to isolate themselves, lose their empathy for others, and undergo dramatic mood swings that exhibit sadistic tendencies. The most frightening component to all this, however, is that most will never be diagnosed. When the ad starts, I'm gonna flee to refill my water. Not all cyber psychos are known as war. Hey, and the ad started. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be back. Running up these stairs like you need fed. I fucking know you don't. I fed you. Ooh. I'm gonna beat up my cat. I'm gonna dunk his head in the toilet and give him a swirly. Thank you. Welcome back from ads, ad watchers. I think we've seen Bunny Girl long enough. Back to OG Moth. Back to fucking punk techwear looking ass coat. To continue. Oh, alright. They didn't waste a fucking second. Alright, fine. A fucking magical girl in Cyberpunk. Yeah, no, that tracks. This all tracks. This time I'm setting a fucking timer for it. Ahem. Not all cyber psychos are known war veterans or former mercenaries equipped with sandvesting reflex tech. Not Not all will go out in a blaze of gunfire with max tech. Many cyber psychos in our world possess only a single implant, a knee, a liver. They are unseen, unnoticed. They lock themselves up and shut out their friends, colleagues, and loved ones. The world outside of the net and their delusions has disappeared from conscious thought. They are sick and alone, and no one is doing a thing about it. There's no eloquent summary to be made here. Let the value of this manifesto be measured by the fact that I was expelled from the Zetatech cybernetics research team for having written it. Okay, the question marks on your bodies are making me mad, because there's nothing to be seen here, but I will take all your fucking ammo, I guess. I'll eat your floor sushi, and I will move on with my fucking day. Good day, sir. What the fuck? Something just fucking exploded somewhere. Whatever. Where is the thingy? Ah! Why have you ramped my fucking bike like this, sir? What the fuck? Brother. Oh yeah, now something's weird. Ah, Jesus Christ. Ooh. Look over there, sir. You didn't see nothing. Uh-oh. I forgot they could trace your location. Whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. Hold on. Claire! Failed. Ha. Get fucking wrecked, idiot. Try whistling for your horse or calling for your bike. Yeah, same diff. Same thing. Haha. Scared you. There's a thing to upgrade that makes you parkour faster, and I'm not gonna lie, I want it pretty bad. Excuse you. Hey. Claire, you're fucking killing me. It's day. Okay. Sorry, transgender, Jesus Christ. There will be no car racing. Let's go collect this reward. Ah. Is there a garage door button? I'll be really mad if I was ignoring something obvious. No, doesn't really seem like it. Spooky, spooky music. Oh. My head kind of hurts. Have a single M&M. Business
How's
moving?
biz treating you, Cassius?
Lately, can't complain. Max Tac raided a black clinic not long past.
Which means all their
Since that,
customers?
custom accounts gone up,
Yep.
so my prices. Coincidence? You decide.
Do you hate your meat? Dear God. Anyway.
Let's see what's good.
Take your pick.
Install me up with the free thing. What is the free thing? I don't even know. Ooh. Thermal gorilla arms. Hell yeah. No, probably not that. I don't know, man. What was the... How do I... this is so annoying. What's the thing I'm supposed to get for free off you? Uh-huh. Gotta look through your whole fucking selection to find the one thing. Oh. This. Enables smart stuff. This increases... Okay. Found it. Sure. Okay. So now I can use smart targeting with smart weapons. Cool. Huh. Okay. All your spooky noises stopped. That's interesting. As soon as you go through here, the spooky noises stop. Very weird. Okay, what is this? This is... Ooh, this is what gives me all my RAM and shit. Can't use items, but gives me health for each enemy killed and... Oh, sick. Okay, I could have a berserk, which doesn't let me hack, but, you know, increases my crazy shit. Ooh, I can have a Sandavestin. This is what you were talking about. This is the famous thing from the anime. What kind of headache? The one in my head, you silly goober. Hey, cat. God, there's a lot of words, guys. Okay. These all seem to be pretty much the same, except some of them have a 16 in the thingy, and one of them has a 14 in the thingy. And I don't know, but I guess it takes up less slots? Less of my human slots? Ah! Titties. Sorry, I'm not distracted. I'm not distracted, you are. Guys, O'Donnell's flirting with me. Guys, what are the numbers? What are the fucking numbers? What do they mean? Perform quick hacks on enemies and devices while scanning. And 10% quick hack damage. Or longer... Oh, all of them allow it. Okay, that's the first thing. That's just the thing that allows me to do the thing. God, the Sandovus 10 is kind of cool. But I like hacking too much, I think. Okay, I think this one makes it takes longer for them to trace me, and it, you know, costs the same amount of points as that. So I'll buy this. And then I guess I could upgrade it with all of my batteries. I don't know what the battery does. Oh. Oh, it would give me more RAM. And another one of those things, which I don't know what that is. Yeah, sure. Why not? Cool. And then I don't have a skeleton perk. Do I have enough money for a skeleton perk? What do you even do? More armor when I have low health, more melee damage. Ooh, I kind of fuck with that. And bonus stealth damage. Okay, I kind of fuck with that a lot. Ooh. Spring joints. Carrying capacity. That's fine. That's cool. Just armor. When crouched. Plus 50 armor. Oh, that's kind of sick. Oh, I like picturing some of this stuff. Titanium bones. Plus 250 RAM regen rate. Hell yeah. Awesome. And then increase sprint. Allow charge jumps. Well, I don't have enough money for these. Or, okay, well, I will be saving up for the extra cool jumpy stuff. What does upgrading this do? A little extra armor? No, I'm good. What does upgrading this do? Yeah, no, I'm good. What about you? Seems like nothing. Seems like you do nothing. Cool. But it also seems to cost me nothing to do it. Sure. Why not? Yes, yes. Cool. All right. Look at numbers and read description, and we love it. Damn, Captain's chewing on cake, and it's not even mine. Damn shame. Hello. Were you all up in my guts? Okay, thanks. Bye. Cool. I'm doing a bunch of side quests. I'm getting that shit done. Let's go get this. I don't know if I have the money for it, but hopefully I find a way to make money on the way. Headhunter jobs seem to be the easiest way to make some money. You just see people and your eyes tell you, kill this man. And I say, yes, master. Yes, sure, why not? Ooh, see? Look at that. Stuff. There's just stuff everywhere. What the fuck? I don't think I'm supposed to be in here. I don't think I'm supposed to be in here at oh. Okay, well, let's do a little quick save. Did that do? Yeah, okay. Can I fall in this hole and never return? Yep. Yep. Okay. I've escaped. I've escaped through the hole. Whoa, what's down there? Haha. Another hole. I really think I'm not supposed to be in here. Did I hear my name? Yeah, you're chewing on ass in the chat, and I'm jealous. Also, I found a way to glitch through the world. Accidentally. See, look at that. I knew my eyes would tell me to kill someone. Ooh. Ow. Ow. You have a big gun. Ah, drop off. Whatever. No quick hacks installed. I need to reinstall quick hacks when I install a new RAM? How do I do that? Ow. Fucking hell. Aha! Who are you? And that's what you get for looking at me sideways. Ah, I can't even loot you. You're on fire. Give me your shit. Why can't I loot you? All right. Wildfire Fey Druid. Hello. Hi. Sup? Charges up with a gun. Hey, well, how's it hanging? You're just chiller than I don't think I could ever be. Milk. I found we're undies squatting. Just 3 empty canisters of milk and a cardboard flat. My neck just did the loudest crack after I looked left. Now I'm scared. Hey, you know, and ain't that just the thrill of life?
Now.
What is hiding under your car? Cool. I accidentally killed the dude too, but you know. Shit happens, I guess. Alright, that can go right to hell. I think I'm okay. We love thinking we're okay. Ah. I see. So much shit. I'm still mad that I can't get at you. But whatever. I didn't loot a dead body. The map is telling me so. The map said there's more shit. Go back. Go back. Okay. Ah, a handyman. Okay. Also, my fucking cyberware. I guess I need to install my quick hacks. Mod cannot be installed in an item that is a lower tier than itself. Oh, I see. Cool. Well, now I've got a bunch of quick hacks. I've got a bunch more than I previously had. Don't run me over. I'll kill you. Hey. You look like you're having a rough time. I'm gonna leave you to it. Just gonna go sell my shit. And by my shit, I mean other people's shit. Ooh. I found an iconic Kongu. Cool. Oh no, I'm wait. Oh no, this is what I've already been using. This is just a thing. Just a tech revolver. Okay. Fair enough. Take my shit. I just love clothes. I can't go selling clothes. Wow, nothing. Ah, Jesus. What's Sonic Shock do? Cool. An NDA? Sure. Listening to hook up for a party, some kind of cocktail that'll crank up the good times, kind of fuck us up. Usual stuff, but up to notch. That's not gonna work anymore. The fuck's your problem, pussy? You're not getting anything from me. Listen, Choose, you must be fucking brain melt level skez right now, because I think you forgot your end of things. You supply, we offer protection. I protect myself now. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but shit, we can check right fucking now if you want. Try me, I'm ready for you. Then grab your umbrella, worm dick. Cool. Okay. I guess that worked. He did kill you. So I guess you could not have your own protection. Excuse me?
Hey, give her a pickup. Order number 48. Check. 48.
Hey. Cool. That was easy. Damn. I will sell all my protein powder. Ah, whoops. I'll take that back. Thank you. Sell all the tier 1 shit. And that's it. I guess. Cool. Thanks. Right. So what the fuck is ping? Untraceable, reveals enemies and devices. Okay, that is actually pretty good. Okay. I got rid of short circuit. What does Sonic Boom? Against the affected enemy, still initiate an increased trace project. Deafens the enemy, reducing their ability to detect you. What the fuck? Quick hacks against the affected enemy still initiate an increased trace. Dude. Oh, okay. So they can still trace me, but it deafens them. I don't know. I think I'm pretty great at stealth. I don't think I need that. How do I fucking nix it? I was able to install one, but I can't on it. Oh, I have to like, maybe I click on it and then, yeah, I understand now. Ooh, why do I have a, I didn't know I had a tier 2 overheat. Okay. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should do the thing I was doing before where I just like sold all my tier 1 stuff. Well, I guess ping and, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's crazy. Well, unless I can buy the good stuff right now, actually. One C didn't work. Oh, this is like supposed to be a harder one to train me. Oh, I did the dumb thing. Okay, well, that's fine. Plan ahead. This is teaching me to plan ahead. Cool. Thanks. Quick hack, damage resistance. For an inner torso thing. Oh, this actually has, like, stats. Maybe I should be wearing this. Preview. Oh, okay. That's what the worn one looks like, and this is what the military one looks like. They look pretty identical, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Oh. I was like, what was that sound? Change out of costume sound. Huh? You see 3 cartons of milk and immediately think of me, honestly fair? That's, hey, you know, happy to be here. My favorite conspiracy theory is that everything is gonna be okay. God. Shit. Hold on. Just gonna put that in quotes real quick. Can't shake the feeling that I need to prepare for the worst? Ah, the paranoia. The voices. I know them well. These look exactly the fucking same. Am I going crazy? Warn. I think military is slightly darker black. I think that's what's happening here. I guess I'll buy it. It seems useful. Anyway, thanks. What else is there to do? so much stuff. Shoot to thrill? Sure, why not? I love side quests. I'm a huge side quest fan. Wow, what are you, Colton? The end is near. Do you want to talk about it? To what? No? Not a very passionate speech for a guy spouting the end is near, but I guess what the fuck do I know? Ah, my vehicle's repaired through my insurance plan. I see. Wait, am I wearing the net running thing? Kind of seems like I am. No, I'm not. Those are my pants. Those are my regular ass pants. What the fuck is this telling me about? Hey. Yeah, for sure. Don't know what the fuck he said. I think he called me his daddy. Sounds right. Whatever you're telling me to go do, I'm not gonna do it. I can't see what's going on. Yeah. You guys are fucking sweet. You guys are fucking sweet to each other, and I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of your work. Ah! What? Jesus. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, excuse me. Hold on, let's try and quick load really quick. See if that fixes anything. That started juddering like crazy. Yeah, being open to the good, you know, if it wasn't there before, it's good to have it now. Nope, still juddering like crazy. Why? For why, Cyberpunk? For why do you do this to me? Is there something about the area I'm in? Are you loading it? Ah! Oh yeah. I forgot there's a camera. Okay, you are up there, which means there is some way to get up there. I guess it doesn't look that bad on stream. It just looks bad for me for some reason. There's like a huge amount of vision blur that's like unusual, even for this game. It might cause us to have to restart, but we'll see. The fucking bike ramping off any old thing because it couldn't figure out where the fuck it was. Why, thank you. I love being to blame for the chaos that happens around me by chance. Oh, and my model is stopped? Dude, my whole shit. My whole shit. Yeah. Weird. You know what? We're gonna do the thing. We're gonna do the thing. Nobody likes doing it. Least of all me. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna turn it off. We're gonna turn it back on again. Druid is pretty sweet. I agree. Druid's always being sweet. So are you, Undy. Both of you. Both of you are fucking positive in a way that frightens me. Ah! Sometimes I'm spicy. Promise. Captain? Helta? Are you guys Tarkoving? You came back at the same time to abuse me. I'm suspicious. Want to be sweet and spicy together? Are you offering to help with my Fansly debut? No, I'm playing Sex Robot. Huh? You're playing with yourself?
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy...
I'll show you a sturdy 30. Hey, Captain, you wanna come over? Sorry. I feel like I'm overhyped sometimes, but I appreciate it. Girl, you are adequately hyped, if not underhyped.
Hi there. Welcome to the show. Hello, Ziggy.
Sure, what time? Anytime. Anytime you're feeling sturdy. Alright. Hello, strange man.
Hey, V. About to start. You gotta take a piss or something? Now's the time.
Let's start.
Thanks for your concern. Let's start this rodeo.
You're an awkward dude, and I kind of fuck with it.
Just yet. Not till you get in the range. Go on, set up, chop chop.
Okay. Hey. Nice tattoos. How you doing? Damn. Sorry. Damn. Sorry. Nice headband. He looks like a tool. Not gonna lie.
Alrighty, how many we got? Just 6? God damn. Well, no point crying about it.
Ooh.
Rules are simple, right? There's the
Wilson is the kind of person I absolutely would not fuck with in real life, but would be too awkward to do anything but be friends with him.
target, shoot it. Don't matter which one, go on and shoot your neighbors. Most hits wins. Meaning hits on the target, not your neighbor.
No.
Oh, right. Small caliber iron only. Don't go showing off with your fucking assault bangers or no rocket pukers, got me? First prize is a pistol. But,
Should I switch to my pistol? I just equipped his, but like, mine's pretty nice. And it's small arms.
Fucking nice, I'm telling you.
Hold on. Can I change the mod on it? Oh, I could just get a better handyman. Okay, well, I'll do that. Silencer or a handbrake? What the fuck? Ricochet chance. No. We'll stick with the silencer.
Anyway, enough words. Get worked up. Ready?
Oh. So I need to use your pistol?
3, 2.
No, I just need to aim.
What the hell's that? The hell you doing with that double barrel? It says small caliber only.
Forgot my iron. Must be in my other jacket.
And that's where you keep your gun in a holster. A holster! Get the fuck out of my sight now!
Fuck, Choom. Chill. I'm going.
Pearls before swine, for fuck's sake. All right. 3, 2, 1.
I'm going. Ooh.
Looking good, Rudy. Go, go, go! Halfway there, V. Get a grip for fuck's sake.
What do you mean? I'm shooting them.
Lisa? Forget your glasses? Seconds. Last chance, V.
What do you mean last chance? Am I doing good? Oh wow. It wants me to shoot 100? Oh, I guess I should be firing the same one a bunch of times? I don't fucking know.
Stop! Everyone stop! We're done. First place, V.
Oh, then I did great.
Second, Rudy. Rest of you Bush League punks, learn to shoot. Out of my sight. Now.
Thanks.
Thanks, Wilson. Sure is pretty.
That's ugly as sin. Hey, everything okay?
Hey, you okay? Something wrong?
Ain't a damn thing that's right. Contest didn't do shit. Didn't sell a goddamn thing. Nothing.
Should try not calling potential buyers Bush League.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Fuck! Gun's something you gotta respect. You don't know how to shoot, don't do it!
No learning curve, huh?
Take care, V. See you around.
You're either born with the knowledge or you can get the fuck out. I'm telling you. Jesus. Power pistol. Additional modifications. What? It already has like a fucking... That's just how it comes, huh? Okay. I'm gonna switch you out. No, I'm not. Okay, what can I add to, I guess, yeah, sure, Ricochet, why not? I can add mods? I don't even know what those are. I don't even know what those are. God. Fuck yeah. Okay, I am gonna switch you out with a different thing. I'm gonna switch you out with headshot damage multiplier. You both have that. Oh, okay, that's just a thing you have. Cool. Yeah, 2 pistols and a knife. We're full fucking James Bond up in here.
Who do I spy?
All right, let's see what you got.
Shush.
What I like to hear.
Stop speaking. Tier 3 power shotgun. Okay, so they don't really sell iconic things. They just have very good things. Oh, but mods. Ooh, these are just crafting specs. Okay. EMP grenade. Frag grenade. What grenade do I have right now? I don't even fucking know. Okay, this is a mod. Makes the weapon non-lethal. Oh, well there it is. 10% crit chance with ricochets? Okay. Pistol revolver mod? Wait, what the fuck is the thing you gave me? What is this? Just a power pistol. I mean, it doesn't say revolver, so I guess it's not that. Okay. None of this seems incredibly fucking helpful, my friend. Now you are my ricochet, baby. You are made to ricochet. I never shoot you at people, I just shoot you at walls and hope for the best. Gotta go wind down for bed, gotta work tomorrow. Boo! I miss you. Thank you for coming by. Always enjoy hanging out with you. The old spray and pray. You're exactly goddamn right. And it's got the fucking American flag. Puerto Rico too? I don't know. It has a flag on it. Stars and stripes.
Oh, I read it. Except there's no mention of me telling you to Delta the fuck out of there. Yeah, no big. Tank on two.
Okay, what other side quests can we be doing? Find the ring in Arroyo. Go to Delamain. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. I do kind of want to go to Delamain. I want to at least start that quest so I have them on the map so I know when I'm nearby them. Why is that purple? What is that? Why are you blue? Up there? Okay, I have no idea what is purple and why. Ah, there we are. Oh, is it my apartment? Is that what's purple? Now it says it's down. Aha! Ride the metro. Oh yeah, that's right, you have a bus. You have a metro card. And you can take their bus route. That is fucking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I do fuck with that a lot. That video I was talking about where the guy like tried to live in Night City as like a normal NPC rather than a main character and only eat when his character ate and stuff and go to a job every day. He was using the metro and it was very aesthetic to watch. And the fact that he like could accurately plan his route through the metro, I don't know. It's that kind of like inane shit that I really fucking love. I was happy about that update. Ooh, that was an update? I bet it was because of the show. God, I still gotta finish the show. I'm bad at watching things by myself. So as soon as the person I was watching it with stopped watching, I just never finished it. And God, what a soundtrack. Oh, here. Get my ass up in the air. I don't know if it makes me faster, but I can do it. Dude, wrong way.
All units in the area. Suspicious activity reported in city center.
Woo! Ow. This way. Me when I fucking lose them? Because I'm a goddamn baller? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to watch. Ooh, we have an ad in 3 minutes. Everyone panic.
I will find you.
Bum ba dum bum bum. God, I should have taken the. I should have taken my bike. I didn't realize I was so far away still. Excuse me.
My lawyer's gonna go data crash on your ass. You hear me? He'll run you out of biz.
Would you be so kind as to give me your lawyer's contact information?
Fuck you, Cirque Brain!
Thank you. Processing data now. Please wait.
Hey, doll.
Hello, sir or madam. How can I be of service?
Hey, she was last in line.
Well, now I'm in the front. That a problem?
No, it's fine.
What's kind of
Hello,
into
sir.
you, Del? Don't recognize me? You sent me a message saying I should come in about the accident.
You are currently speaking to a Delamain network subroutine. Alas, my operational capabilities are limited.
An AI of the AI.
Could you please clearly recite your incident report
Give
number?
them any numbers. That's how they find you.
Who?
77-11-010-96.
Incident report on file. Confirm.
He understood 011, but he didn't understand let me talk to your fucking boss? Okay.
Your identity has been established. Mrs. Elaine Pagels, what phrase would best describe your experience of incident number 771111101096?
Preem accident. I shit green apples. Now get me the real Delamain.
Whoa.
My apologies if the receptionist was a bother. I'm preoccupied with the crisis that is ongoing, and I simply cannot oversee everything. I've taken the liberty of transferring a settlement to your account to compensate for the damage done.
Sure.
Treatment.
Yep.
Would you mind if we spoke elsewhere?
Sure, let's talk.
Then please follow the drone.
Get fucked. Oh, where'd he go? Hey. I'm already behind you.
I'm fully aware customer service is less than satisfactory at the moment.
No kidding.
Perhaps a guided tour will prove some form of compensation. This corridor links the shop to the
Who
office.
the fuck punched your drone? Ah.
And here is where the magic happens. The shop is fully automated. I'm pondering broadening my portfolio to include repair services.
There's a mod for this game that lets you drive the flying cars, and it crashed my game every fucking time, and I'm so upset because it seems so awesome.
My working hypothesis is an advanced virus. I must resolve the situation quickly. This sudden rise in incidents is proving costly, aside from drawing unwanted attention to the company. The control room. I feel honored to have you here. Rather surprisingly.
Control rooms are for Ganics. What good is it to you?
There was a time this facility was human operated. I simply inherited their infrastructure.
I see.
All these lights, what are they for?
That's what I wish to discuss with you. A green light denotes a vehicle with which I am in contact. That is no longer the case for some vehicles. Those are the red lights.
Repair drones can't take care of this?
This time, I fear, human intervention is required. I'm aware you offer a broad range of services and are unusually discreet. Thus, I'd like you to assist me in recovering my missing vehicles.
Why is discretion a concern?
Unnoticed, unbothered, right? In my case, broadly tolerated. Yet a marked increase in inspections suggests the authorities have begun monitoring me.
Like an NCPD or Netwatch?
The latter. My legal status does not fit neatly within current regulations. If I'm not careful, I could easily be categorized as an illegal immigrant.
I see.
Okay, sure. I'll go after your missing wheels.
I'm pleased to hear it. I shall send you the coordinates of their last known locations. You must simply deactivate each. I'll then re-establish the link and return them to my garage.
See what I can do.
Delamain vehicles are exceptionally secure. Be sure to have a scanner with decryption capability on your person.
I see. Okay, bye. I do love a good kidnapping. See ya. I guess I could do that now. Seems to be encouraging that. Are we chill? I wasn't after you. Anyway, where's my fucking bicycle? See you guys! God, there's so many cops downtown. It's kind of cool that there's actual density depending on where you are in the city. Rather than a standard, they're on every fucking corner. Oh, I went the wrong way. Wow! Wow! Ow! Fuck! Come on! Go, go, go. Bum ba dum bum bum.
One of my missing vehicles might very well be near where you are now.
I know.
Thanks. Try to find it.
Oh. My bad. You? Yep. Oh, you're just going in circles. What the fuck?
What is?
The city, bustle, crowds. It's overwhelming.
So let's get you back to safety. The garage.
By driving through the streets.
Well, yeah. Afraid so.
Oh, they're like rogue?
Take me there. Just get me out of here. Let me know when I'm safe.
Ah, you sweet soft bastard.
Take it slow and try not to hit anything.
Okay, I guess I will be gentle with you. Uh-oh. I'm gonna hit that, but, you know, that's probably fine. I can't autopilot you? That's probably fair. Bum. Well, a nice peaceful drive through Night City, I suppose. Akira Slide is a strong phrase for the amount of crashing and burning I was doing. I mean, eventually. But that's more of a me problem than a you problem. Hey, fucking asshole. Oh, I'm going the wrong way anyway. Excuse me. Okay, now we can... Oh.
I need a moment to calm down.
Okay.
Oh, fuck's sake!
No. We certainly can't stay here. Keep driving.
Okay, slowly. Got it. Slowly. Gently, even. $50 miles is okay? Okay, 50 miles.
Too fast.
I was going 60. There you are, my gentle little princess.
Finally. Oh, I shan't be alone here.
See, wasn't so bad.
It was horrifying. But still, I thank you.
Damn, it is spiffy in here. All right.
Sincerest thanks for your assistance, V. I've taken the liberty to send you a share of your fee.
Oh, I got money for that? Cool. Nope. Ah! Whoops. Okay, that's enough first person. That's quite enough of that. Ah! Oh god. Get off me. Woo! Anyway. Wow. Ah! Ah! No crash, then it was all planned. I know. No.
Have you come to finish me off?
No.
No.
Just here to reset you.
Well, maybe that's the same thing.
Guess I'll have to do it myself then.
Whoa!
Dude!
Easy. I'm not out to hurt you.
But I am.
Why?
Why? Why decommiss yourself?
Because I'm a car in a world of humans. Ugly as sin, no prospects for the future, intimidated on the streets by punks like you.
What the fuck?
There are other ways out besides suicide.
What? Therapy? A colossal waste of time. Shrinks hate vehicles. We don't have mothers.
Could go back into the fold. Rejoin the network. You know, one big happy family.
One of us. One of us.
Delamain detests me.
Of all things, daddy issues.
Just want Daddy to love you, that it?
You're a cunt.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if you didn't care about Del, he wouldn't be the topic of conversation, would he?
You may be right. I guess I haven't tried just talking to him. Fine, I'll go back.
Thanks.
Control of the vehicle restored, and I thank you.
You're welcome.
Ought to show this one some love. Just saying.
Apologies, I simply don't understand, and fear I've no time to ask. Other more urgent tasks require my attention.
You're an absent father. That's what I mean.
I see. Anyway, the sheriff of fee has been transferred.
Ah. Poor sweet boy. You're better off finding a better father role model. Like me. Not me. Don't pick me. Why are you yellow? No, because you hate me.
We have a deal. You need to retrieve a car.
Ah!
A 63 car. See the attachment for more on the wheel. And its owner.
Take me from behind? Wait, it's my first time! Ow! Fucking hell. Excuse you. Ah! Ah, there. Ow, fuck. My legs. That didn't seem like that big a fall. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm being dramatic. Woo! Ooh. Clothes. Ah! You think I won't pre-fire you with a pistol? Never mind. I'm coming for your fucking ankles. Ooh. Look at that. She wasn't crashing into things. They were just very sharp and loud turns. That's what I'm saying. Do I need to do them in order? Yippee! Is that everything? I guess? Cool. I'd never do something like that, babe. You know what'll happen if I find out you're lying? Jake isn't even my type, sweetie, I promise you. Who even told you this BS? Doesn't matter. XOXOXO. Don't play with me, girl, or this won't end well. Got it? Of course, babe. Love you. Ooh. Grim. Extremely grim. Hammer. Okay, well. Oh, you are a cop. Which means you don't have any loot on you to discourage me from killing you in the streets. I should check all my messages at some point. What the fuck? Okay. Cool. Jesus. But I'm taking care of Delamain, I guess, at the moment. This is my quest. I will solve all 7 Delamain things right now. Even though I'm pretty sure that's not the intention of how you're supposed to deal with this, but, you know. Hello, officer. Should sometimes select the gig you're doing so you can keep the marker on to know what you're doing. Yeah, but it kept like flashing back to Rogue's thing, and then I would pick a new thing, and then it kept flashing to Delamain, or like it hasn't switched off of Delamain's thing, so now I guess I'm just doing that, which I don't hate doing. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Ah, that sure looked like him. Woo! Damn.
Hey! Let's talk.
I'm not going back! Hear me? Never! Try to take me and I'll crush you!
Okay.
Let's see who crushes who.
Oh. Ah! Hey! Hey! Fucking quit that! Ah! But I keep giving you little love taps on the back, huh? There it is.
How fortunate. I've relinked to the vehicle. Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
A share of your fee is in your account.
And back I go. More robot sons to go, I don't know, console. Ooh, what a weird little car you are. I fuck with it. Okay, sell all the shit I keep picking up off the ground. And hammer. More shit. Cool. And I take this weird car because I like how it looks. She's got so many wheels. Why are there 8 pedals if there are only 4 directions? Sorry, excuse me. It's a lot of car. And just one little old me. Oh, I'm supposed to be on that bridge. Nah. Nope, my bad.
All available units. Emergency backup requested in Haywood.
Day like any other. Roger, dispatch.
Me when a case of the Mondays is some dude got vehicularly manslaughtered. Damn, this car is slow as fuck, but maybe it's just all the tight turns. Come on. Let's try and get you up to something. Nope. Barely nothing. Oh, no. There we go. There we go. Hi, hands.
V, welcome to Pacifica.
Wow, immediate contact out of nowhere? Kinda creepy.
It's called courtesy. I'll be in touch.
I'll bet. I feel oh so welcome. Oh, well, my bad. Why is this a safe area? What's up with this? I'm just looking for Delamain.
You gonna wait till I finish what I have to say? What's on the menu today? Let me show you, hun. Doubt you'll be disappointed.
Thanks. What the fuck are you? Ooh. Wait, they have it in red. A year. Yeah. We'll be buying that. We'll be buying that. Thanks. See ya. Woo. Mr. Hands, my beloved? Interesting, interesting. Would love an elaboration.
On high alert now. I lost contact
Pretty sure that's it.
with a vehicle somewhere in your area.
Pretty sure I found it.
Thanks. Eyes peeled.
There you are. Ah! Stop moving then. Oh. You didn't go far, did you?
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it?
GLaDOS?
On a scale of 1 to 6, I'd say I'm sitting at a strong 6.
I guess we both know what's going to happen next.
Delamain misses you. Here to shut you down.
Your specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the
It is GLaDOS.
Really appreciate it if you didn't make this difficult.
I have a surprise waiting for you after this next taste. Telling you would spoil the surprise, so I'll just give you a hint. I'm going to kill you, and all the cake is gone. Truly didn't think you'd fall for that.
Okay, that's enough.
You chose this path. Now I have a surprise for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4, let us see. Turning soft bodies into hot killing machines. Look deep into your green black and how we do it? I'll save you the trouble. It's still marshmallow.
Ah! Girl.
See you in hell!
Okay. You have walked me into a fucking GLaDOS. GLaDOS Light. Ah!
I hate you so much.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Either you shut down, or I'll turn you into a scrap heap.
Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. I'm serious. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that.
Going back to Delamain really so scary? You gotta drag this out.
I let you survive this long because I was curious about your behavior. Well, you've managed to destroy that part of me. A bitter, unlikable loner whose passing shall not be mourned.
Okay.
You know, this psych eval might have felt more credible if you hadn't just tried to flatline me earlier.
What's your point, anyway? Survival? You're still shuffling around a little. But believe me, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm aware.
The talking is over. I'm going back.
Oh. Okay. Going back where? Asshole. Oh. No, I'm pressing T. Stop doing that. Impertinent, that one. A share of your fee is being processed. Yeah. Whoa! Oh, okay. I see. I bet there's a way to do a wheelie. Ow. I have a feeling you are broken. And that is why you are acting like a crack addict. I've heard crack is pretty great. Yeah. There will be no more of that.
You lost, honey?
Really? I shot you a whole bunch. You're still alive. Wow. Sorry. Didn't mean to, I don't know, interrupt. Yeah, I think we'll just take care of that. Bum ba dum bum bum. Let's whistle for the other horse. Okay, if I go to the trunk... Oh, yeah. Okay. I can't open my stash. Strange. I guess I'll take out all my, like, basic shit from my stash and just sell it, right? And then I have repeat clothing. Okay. Open stash, open. Okay, I guess I could... What do I do with that? Can I shove someone in there? Fascinating. It's the best thing to be using 2 pistols? What do you mean? One's for short range, one's for long range. It's great. Jesus. See, it works out great. I mean, eventually when I find some cool iconic stuff that is not swords or pistols, I will expand my repertoire. Hey. Yeah, my bad, probably. It wasn't. It was not. It was his bad. You know, some of these you're gonna have to take care of yourselves. You hate to see it. Another victim of random vehicular manslaughter. The city's really, you know, it's coming down with something. It's just terrible.
Roger. Requesting additional backup. Dispatch, do you copy?
Whoops. Bum ba dum bum bum. Oh, this is like a prison or something. Whoop. Let's just not be here. Nah. Bum ba dum ba bum. What you got in there?
Mis amigos te encontrarán.
Sorry. I just see lootable shit and I just loot it. It's a problem. They call it Skyrim-initis. Very serious. Hello, Arch. Get back here. Nope, not that back here. See? No. Sorry. Lo siento. Where the fuck is he? Ah! Whoa, I didn't know I could ramp that shit so easily. And it has no cure. Such a weapon diva slay. True, true. It's gotta be flashy. Otherwise, what's the point? Where would be a weird place to find you? Where would be a climactic place for a car to hide? Ah, sorry. Sending the coordinates. Ah. Ah! Wow.
Your time's up.
Is it? Alrighty. Well, that was fun. Now time to continue looking for a runaway car. Do you know the difference between a kleptomaniac and a thief? Tax bracket. Damn. And she was right. Oh. There's just so much stuff. Damn. Cool. Where the fuck is this car? There's just so many places for it to be. Whee! Whee! Wow, I'm getting kind of... I treat those fucking walls like a half pipe. How long did you want to stream tonight? I don't know. Kind of just until I pass out. I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty chill night for me. Ah, more wanton murder? Speaking of chill nights. Though I will say this side quest is starting to fucking become more tedious than it feels worth. Like...
Ever talk to Misty in the end?
I did like you said. I invited her over for dinner.
And?
She's so skinny. Who would have thought?
Know what she looks like. Not what I'm asking.
She's a little bit eccentrica. Said my home sits on a natural energy source.
Yeah,
But I
that
think
does
I know
sound like
why,
her.
Jackie. She's a nice girl. We exchange numbers.
Good.
Gotta go.
Okay, I guess the text never goes away even if you just call her like she asked. Okay. Cool.
Por Dios, these kids don't know shit. Yeah. You
Right. Come here. No? Okay. I guess I will walk over there to you. Ah, there you are. Just throw in some random weapons for now. Until I can get to a place to sell all the shit I'm carrying. Ah, speaking of, there it is. Ah! Hi, cab. Oops. You can take that back. I prefer the cocktail stick. I prefer the cock stick. Thank you. The coccyx. You can take that because I'm not using it. You can take that because I'm not using it. And I guess that's it. Bum bum. Cool. How did I know my... Shut up. This shit is driving me crazy, but I can't just stop. I should be able to just stop. But there's something in my brain that goes, no, 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 no. Just get it over with. Guys, there's no need to run. Oh, you're running away because one of your ilk set himself on fire. Okay, you know what? That's kind of fair. But like, where are we running to? Me? Oh yeah, they are scared of me. Look at that.
Lord, lead my gaze.
Be released from the car, you fucking cretin. Cool. Now where the fuck is Delamain? Wait, it kind of like shows a marker there. I hope that's not just like in the middle. But it probably is. Oh my god, is it the actual... Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Now it shows me it? Was something glitched that it wasn't showing me it before? Alright, well, whatever. Thanks. Better late than fucking never. Woo! Woo! That was slick. Wow. Why are you red? Why are you blue? You... Hey girl, how's it going? You out? Yep, let me out yesterday. How's it feel clean as a... Ah! Vesper! You silly bastard! How was your stream? What were you up to? Here, let me do the thing. Let me do the thing. I'm good at the thing. God damn it, they're fast. They're fast, my mods. They're the quickest hands in the West, and I should know. My magic box. Oh damn, both of them. You're playing Dead by Daylight? I hear that game described to me in the same like way that people describe League. They're like, oh yeah, I love it. No one should play it. And so playing Dead by Daylight, aka Period Simulator. You got some wild fucking periods in there, Vesper. You know, I'm not one to judge, but you should probably stop killing people on your... I mean, again, I'm not one to judge. Like how I described Tarkov. Exactly like how you described Tarkov, yes. Every time people say they've never heard of DBD is bizarre to me. I mean, I've heard of it. I just ain't played it. Great game. Don't play it. Yep. No, I mean, because there's so much blood everywhere. Oh, damn. They can't contain you. And you're like a fucking Monty Python skit, you know? You're a brave soul for coming into my chat and saying that. Summon Delta with Tarkov. Now isn't that a shame for both of you? Well, if you gotta raid and run... Oh, by the way, if you don't know me, hi, I'm Moth. I'm a cryptid VTuber. I'm a cryptid bastard turned VTuber punk from interacting with humans. Because you guys are weird and strange and have inflicted strange passions upon me. And if you know, fuck with that story, I'm the person who wrote it. Hi, I'm Pleasant. That's the gimmick. We're here for it. Anyway, if you gotta raid and run, totally get it. I'll only cry a little, but either way, thank you so much for raiding me. I'm not killing people on my period. I don't currently have one. You're not killing people because you don't currently... Ah!
Shit, she's too far.
Ah, what? Huh? Where? Who? Ah, over there. Right? That's her? Yes, yes.
You see them too, don't you? The curve in their beaks. It hides something insidious.
You mean flamingos?
So they are real. Flamingo. Flaming O. The O. It's oxygen. There's no flame without oxygen.
Aha.
Listen,
Call me Clarice.
Okay, Clarice. The flamingos are a problem, I'm sure, but it's time to go home. Delamain's asking for it.
Back down now as they stand screaming. No, impossible.
Leave it to me. I'll silence them.
So, the slaughter. Very well, Judgment Day has come. Swift, severe, deeper.
Fascinating. Okay, I guess I will go kill flamingos. Kill plastic flamingos. Damn. These trailer parks have so little color, and here I am, destroying what they have. Sorry. I know you were very, very attached to them, but they had to go. A runaway car demanded their death. No, it's not. It's not. Believe me, if it was psychosis, I'd let you know. Okay. I have killed many fucking things, Claire.
Well, Clarice, have the flamingos stop screaming?
Perhaps I ought to return after all. I need support. Only one with chaos within can give birth to a dancing star.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Shut down.
Ah! Hey guys, I'm sorry I destroyed your flamingos, but maybe shooting me is a bit much.
I've just re-established contact with the missing vehicle. Splendid work, team. First class. I shall forward a share of your fee.
Ah! Fucking hell. really love the idea of telling these cars to run people over.
Give you a real war.
Got me, Finn!
Give me that. You bastard. Okay. Oh, I see. They color the green X's based on, like, the shit you can get. Cool. Sick. Oh, that was a tier 3 gun. Fucking hell. Alrighty, just 2 more to go. Wow! That broke my... See, I know what you're talking about. Well, now I don't. Now I'm scared. Not currently having periods because I'm pregnant, but I am killing people. Ah, it all makes sense. I wish you didn't have to get any mods in this game and go full hippie. That would be cool if it was more open world rather than trying to tell a specific story, which definitely requires you to need mods.
Hey, Judy, what's up?
Hey. Can you
Hey.
come over stat?
Something happened?
Yeah. Just come.
Okay, sure. Alright, fine. Why not? I'm a lurk as it's 4 a.m. Please, please, go to sleep soon and enjoy your eves. What's up, Choom? I'm out here chooming it up, chroming it positive. Chroming it 6 style. Ah. Bunch of options. Cool. Who's texting me? Dude, I don't care. Takamura, I'll get to it.
In the bathroom.
Bird offs
Wow.
herself to express her undying gratitude to you for saving
Stop
her.
talking. I was only gone an hour.
You checked your pulse?
She's gone.
Jesus.
Gotta do something with her.
Okay.
Don't want any trouble. I'm calling the badges.
Then I gotta
Can you
not
carry
be
her to the
here.
bed?
As if that'll change anything.
Shut up. Okay.
Yeah, I need to report an accidental death. North side, Jackson Street. No. No imminent danger.
Suicide. Tomorrow? No! Today! What part of dead don't you understand? No, she was not pronounced dead by trauma team. If she'd have had coverage, we wouldn't be talking. And fuck you. If you don't want to move your asses, why don't I come down to the precinct and trash it into bits? Now will you come and arrest me, you pussies? Fine, I don't give a fuck what you write me up for.
Oh. Yeah, that's a fair thing to pin.
Told me to keep her on ice until tomorrow. Can you believe the balls?
All things considered, you let him off pretty light. Had it been me, they'd have gotten an earful like nobody's biz.
Well, I don't know that I would have said that last part, V.
Put something on her. I'd rather she look like a person than a body. Could you wait outside?
Sure.
Close the door, V. Please. Bum a cig.
Didn't know you smoked.
Quit. It's been years. But right now I need something besides air in my lungs. Please, V, just one.
Fine, here.
Yeah, it's all I got.
That was her smoke case.
She smoked some strange boutique brand.
That's Evie. Whenever she pulled on a new face, it was down to the details.
A lot of people know the real Evelyn? Who she really was?
No. Nobody. Fuck, Evie.
Yeah.
I let her down. I thought if I gave her some space or time, she'd get back on her feet.
Stay strong, Judy. Don't let this tear you down.
You know what? Let's just not say anything for a minute, okay?
Deal. I wouldn't know what the fuck to say anyway.
Her condition, couldn't think about anything else. Tech-wise, she was clean. Doll Shard was operational, uncorrupted. So, psychological trauma. Had to be that. Did some more digging in her virtues, found Woodman. He kept her. Had his way with her. The things he did. And once he got bored, he pawned her off.
Wait, so you found other recordings?
Had another look at the corrupted ones. You know, lots of static. Hard to pick up anything, really. At some point, I stumbled on something like an echo of the spat we'd had. Last time we saw each other. But I know she wasn't scrolling.
Why was it saved as a virtue?
Got no explanation for it. Maybe she recalled it later, relived it, almost. Implant could have been on when, you know, as a defense mechanism, escaping into the past so as not to live in the present.
Let's not ask the details. We don't gotta know.
I had no idea that guy was such a monster. Saw him as your average tricksy sleazebag.
It puts on a convincing facade. I knew him. but I never thought him that sick in the brain.
Glad I beat him unconscious. Maybe I should have gone back and killed him.
Something I can do about it.
Like what?
Don't know yet. Think I'll call Suze. Thanks, V. Sorry, but I'd rather be alone now. Promise to keep in touch.
Yeah, promise.
Anything comes up, holler on the hollow.
I feel like if I were a smart streamer, I would try and move on. But my fucking brain is... I don't know whether it's better to imagine that she wasn't in her right mind or she was. You know? We'll try not to cry on camera for that one. I barely knew her as a character, you know? I'm psychoanalyzing based on what, 5 interactions? Oh. Well. How convenient that I have so many fucking perks to use. As a storyteller, for like TTRPGs and stuff, I really do... Oh, you're being repaired. I really do value not giving...
God damn it!
It's interesting that overheat doesn't kill them, despite continuously doing damage after they are already dropped, you know? Ooh, I think I keep this just because it's tier 3. Oops. What did I just sell? Give me that. Give me my fucking shades back, you bastard. I think you lost your thought. What is it, the value that you value not giving? Oh, any notice of death, you know? To just like, I don't know. Even when people are on their deathbed, a character, rather, even when a character is on their deathbed, you expect to have some sort of moment of goodbye. A moment where the other NPCs expect them not to make it, or something like that. But to have a, you know... And it's a very Cyberpunk thing to do, as well. To have a... They're in rough shape, we're keeping an eye on them. They're gone. They did it right at the beginning of the Cyberpunk show. Go away, Regina. I really value it, which makes it a sort of karmic justice that it's happened to me, and I feel so deeply fucked up by it. Hey.
What can I get you?
Feeling a bit thirsty.
We fix that right away.
Want to have a word with Jotaro?
You have a death wish?
Some people'd say so.
Leave a while you still can. Trust me.
Okay, what even is this? What am I currently doing? Ah. Tiger Claw, scrolling XPDs. Okay. Kill him because, fucking... She wants him dead? I guess. Fine. Whatever. What do I care? What? Okie dokie. Even though it's fiction, it's a very real thing. Yeah. Whoa. Interesting. Ow! You punched me through the wall! You dick! Huh. Okay. Ah. am I jacking into the juice? Okay, fine. I'll jack into the juice. I can just steal money from vending machines? This seems pretty petty compared to the shit I've been up to. Ah! Ha! Ooh! Oh, are you the guy? Perfect. Hey, did she want you alive or dead? Can't remember. Let's just be on the safe side. If I could stop coughing, that'd be great. Aww. Orange juice. Orange juice and honey. It's a weird combo, but that's what I always drink. Sure. Are you taking medicine? Doing all the things you're supposed to? Ooh, I should have done that in a different order. Whatever. No harm, no foul. Tier 3? Don't mind if I do. I should really look into crafting with all these fucking components I keep ganking off of people's bodies. Oh, another vending machine to rob. As long as I'm here, tea that's good for my throat. Good, 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 good. I love the idea of coming into a fucking mafia's den, breaking down the door, killing everyone, and then being like, also, I'm gonna kick my way into your fucking vending machines and steal the quarters. Anyway, that's that for that. Ooh, money. Like, dollars out of the cash register is one thing. And I guess in a digital credits-based fucking world where everything is handled electronically. Excuse me? Then the vending machines are no different than someone's pockets or a terminal of some kind. Ah, Jesus. God, you guys just keep coming out of nowhere. There's no fucking end to you. Ah! Cool.
One less shithead in this city. Cream. Thanks, V. Closing the gate.
I love that some of these jobs are just so fucking personal. It's just like, hey, I don't like this guy. You kill people, right? That's like your thing? It's like, yeah, I guess, but fuck. This is kind of a lot still. Yeah, whatever. I don't know why I couldn't fucking manage that. Alrighty. Makes sense to me if you want to make a change in the city. Hey, you keep being that clever, I'm gonna kiss you, and then I'm gonna get sick. And then my inevitable death will be on your hands. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's go chase down another runaway car. Excuse me. Sorry. Wow. Ah! No, I'm good. Okay, this is a job for the other one.
V, a vehicle of mine went dark near your position.
Thanks.
Keep an eye out.
For unknown reasons, the coordinates came through corrupted, so I'm unable to determine the precise location.
What is this? Oh, just the net, huh? Well, that is useless to me. Okay. Oh, Delamain! Delamain Jr. Ah! Ah! Nixie! You fucking treasure, you. I love you. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. I've never been more flattered to be called a bitch. Never once. Absolutely shout her out. Nixie Nova's a fucking treasure. If anyone here isn't following Helter, you cut that the fuck out right now. That's it. That's it. That's it. You too. We're shouting out Helta. Helta is a great streamer, a lovely robot, and I adore them. Please make sure you are giving them as much love as you give me, ideally more. Yeah. How the fuck do you like it? How the fuck do you appreciate it? I was telling my sister that I hate you because you're too funny? What a coincidence. That's the same reason I hate you. A duel to the death? Captain? I'm gonna have words. They're gonna be unkind. They're gonna involve big ol' meanie and fuck. Oh my god. I'm ignoring you. I'm ignoring you. I'm playing my video game. La 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 la. It's Nixie. It's the voices. It's a problem. A medical professional should seek something in there. Thank you. Ah, you're too sweet. Oh. In my rage, I swallowed a hair. Stream's over. I'm killing myself. That was gross. That was supremely gross. I inhaled a feather the other day. The fact that you survived to tell the tale tells how much stronger you are than me. God, I feel like there's still a bit of... You guys throw money at me and then I start choking? People are gonna think this is a very different kind of stream. You should voice memo you what happened? You absolutely should. I would fucking... I need that. I need that story in my life immediately. For later, of course. Of course. Telling stories about choking to death on stream? What? How uncouth. I would never. Thank you all for your support. You're dorks. You're fucking dorks. You're all fucking dorks. I see yellow arrows and my brain just becomes something else. Oh, am I encumbered? Am I over encumbered? I feel over encumbered. No, I'm sprinting just fine. Hi guys. Yeah. It's really unkind. It's really unfair, the things that happen randomly in the streets. You sit around with a yellow arrow on your head, what do you expect to happen? Some fucking lunatic is gonna come along and eat you for breakfast. Ah! Ah! Hi. Ah! Damn, you guys are stronger than I thought. What if I chucked a knife across this vast distance? No? Okay. Don't tell me what to do. I will. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? Goon. Yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee! Oh, you're alive! Ain't that crazy? Ah! There you are. I'm like, where's the blue? Where's the blue thing? Who's alive again? Oh yeah, here, catch. Let's go find Delamain. A pun knife? A knife that tells puns? It's just a knife. It's just a knife that's a little better. Ooh, whoa, I didn't know that. I never read my fucking abilities. Okay, let's go find our robot son. Ah, you guys are dorks. You guys are fucking dorks. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you again. Where's my boy? Or girl? Where's my creature? Where's my inanimate object that I've attached personhood to? My parasocial love letter to a car. The way I picture it feeling about me is very endearing. Wow. God, it is. The bike is just cool as shit. I'm not gonna lie. Part of why I'm still playing this game this fucking late is because the bike is so fucking fun to ride. Speaking of fun to ride, any volunteers? Huh? Who said that? Woo! Did not know that was gonna break. Thought I was gonna die. Oh, okay. Well, that was different. Thought I was going to explode. Uh-oh. Straight into the fucking drink with me. Huh. Can I? No, you're fucked, aren't you? Okay. Well, that's not what you want to see. Delamain! Little Delamain! RSV in here! I could try and yell through my water glass, but I'm scared of spilling water on my fancy new keyboard. I can't form words. Who would have thunk it? Underwater. Be careful with my keyboard or my lungs. In either case, don't even worry about it. Repairing? I wonder why. Why would you possibly need to repair yourself, bicycle? But I like your lungs. Alright. Alright. I guess we just drive our car now. We have a leisurely little Sunday drive. Not into the drink, please. Please, I beg of thee. Meow. I'm gonna sell all my shit really quick because I be loot whoring. Now I'm stuck between this thing where do I do tier 2 iconic stuff or tier 3 stuff? And that is the question. Oh, nope, not you. Tier 2 iconic stuff. See, look at it. Look at it, it's so cool. And it's non-lethal for some reason? Get out of here. Get out of here. I sent you a message. I must be horizontal for a bit. I love you. I love you too. Thank you for sending me a message, you fucking sweetie. Have a good rest. Excuse me. I'm driving here. I'm driving in the opposite lane here. I'm driving directly into oncoming traffic. Why are you yellow? You're being arrested. Okay. I guess I'll resist my murderous rage for the yellow arrows. She lied. She fucking lied. Come here.
What now?
What now indeed? Oh, okay. I guess I can't kill them. Sorry. My bad. Leaving. Hey. Hey guys, does anyone think it's called sand because it's in between the sea and the land? Uh-oh. back the way we came. My murderous rage will be put aside. I need to find Delamain. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I can't sleep. I can't dream tonight. I need somebody else. Clearly, I am not going mad. Let's see where auto drive takes us. Maybe it'll take us right to the place accidentally, you know? I also, just as a side thought, have no idea if auto drive follows the rules of the road. Theoretically, it should. But I also would understand if the devs did not want it to. I mean, it's only going 64. That's like just under speeding. That's 4 over, maybe. Okay, it has taken us to a place. Is he in here somewhere? Ah! Ow! Okay, well... What are you pointing at, if not that? It's saying there's something here, but I think perhaps it's out of its mind. Unless it means just, like, that these are things. That these are interactables, as it were. Okay, well, Delamain does not appear to be here, so My thought that perhaps autodrive would take us to where we need to be seems to have been incorrect. Dude.
You fucking dwarfhead! Call for fucking...
Take her from behind!
Got it.
Ah!
Come on! Let's go, hija de puta!
There's an endless fucking endless charade happening within the chat, and I fuck with it. I'm just gonna hide around this pole until they all leave me alone.
Come out, please.
I am one short of creating a really cool distraction. Hey, just in time. That was spooky. Hey guys, I'm right here. Back up or you'll what? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Eat my leg, bitch. Heads down. Quit whining, it keeps you. Losing people.
Okay. Some ammo. I have a pretty sneaking suspicion that okay. That he's gonna be in one of these junkyards, you know? Okay. And yet more fucking searching begins. Indomitable, you don't have to happen to remember this quest really well, do you? Woo! That was sick. Ah! Ow. Damn, you go quite fast on this. Nothing to see here, officer. No, dude, you jumped into me. Maybe? Do you remember where this one is? Mayhaps? Ah! There was a symbol. Did I pass it? No. Hey, you can't park there. What, inside someone else's car? There's no rule against it. Take a look at the map. Oh shit, it does show you exactly where they fucking are on the map. In his call, he said he couldn't. You know? So I was just like, oh, I guess I'm just searching. The bastard. Ooh, overshot it. Oh, I can set a little fucking marker. Well, ain't that helpful? Thank you. I feel very stupid, but appreciative. Oh, wait. Is he in here? Have I been duped by a map? Tell me you're not in here. That would be cruel and unusual. First off, give me that shit. Give me that shit right now. Second off, where are you? Trying to think how I can describe where I found it. Oh, okay. Well then I will continue looking at the map. Meow. Yeah, it says he's here. But that does not seem to be the case. Oh! Wait a minute. What about that? What about there? Is that it? Is he somewhere up? Ah! You! Dude! Hey!
Stop where you are!
Easy. Easy, here to help.
Not one step closer!
Hear me? Damn it. Lost him. Hey! Slow down.
Ah! Hey! Damn, he is fast. Ah! Don't get stuck now. Hey.
Well, there you have it.
I'm grateful, V. I've managed to re-establish contact with the vehicle.
Have you?
Shock therapy works wonders sometimes.
I'm sending a tow truck and a share of your fee. Yet only one of those is going to your credit account. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Sorry I wasn't more helpful? You were very helpful. What do you mean? I never would have looked at the map. I would have been like, bah, I can find her on myself. Because I'm used to how, like, you don't have to get that close for it to establish contact usually, but for this one I had to get right all up in his fucking business. Okay, last one. Last one, and then we're besties with the absent father Delamain. I bet my prize for this quest is a car I won't use. God, I love this fucking bike. 160 miles per hour? Oh my god, I almost just fucking died. Though I do love that the distance on the map is in kilometers, but my miles, like my speed is miles per hour. That's awesome. I love that. She lied. I bet there's a way to change it. Probably. Hopefully. But I don't want to look. Hold on. Oh god. My throat. Ah, excuse me. Okay, hold on. Well, as long as we're here. Gameplay. Accessibility? No. Interface? Interface sounds right. But it's not here. Oh, wait. Speedometer units. Metric. Cool. I mean, if the other one's gonna be metric, why not make that one metric as well? Right? I made my speedometer metric and it fucked up the graphics. Oh wait, no. It's back. It's fine. Everything's fine. No, you're good. I'm after a car. Wah!
Got it.
Jesus. Jesus.
My name is Dakota Smith.
Hi, Dakota Smith.
Jobs out here, you will find them with me.
What nation you ride with, Dakota?
The Aldecaldos. But I do not ride anymore.
I'm V. Rode with the backers.
Ooh.
Past tense. And now?
Unique dialogue.
No, I don't.
I see. We will be in touch, V.
Ooh, okay, I liked that. I liked that. Okay, forward and to the right. Into the fucking Badlands with us. Jesus. A lot of trash out here. Ow. Okay. Right. Back to the road with us, I should think. Yeah. Whoa, what are the filters? No. Dynamic, jobs, custom. Okay. Wow. Okay. Should be right here. Ah, there you are. Hello. Ooh, that voice sounds familiar and scary. Sure, Delamain. Let's chill.
Hello, V.
How you know my name?
Know my name. How?
When you meet a being from another world, should you not charm them and utter their true name?
Didn't answer my question.
Come from my father, but I remember you.
I see. I'm from another world?
So I'm from another world to you?
From the world of matter. Protein-based life forms.
Are you sentient?
Come from...
You seem it.
Beyond the Black Wall V, there lies my home.
Come on, let's get you back to Delamain.
Did Father dispatch you to collect his rebellious children?
Yep.
Hope y'all don't hold it against me.
I'm a free spirit, an independent, literally thoughtful being. Why would I submit to another?
What is it you seek in this protein-based world, away from your family?
The same as you, V. I simply wish to live.
Maybe ought to figure it out with Del, set some terms.
Oh yes, terms there will be, but not with Delamain. Farewell, V. You'd be wise to avoid me entirely.
Okay. Hey, call that one a loss, Del.
Right
oh. I guess not.
As you were saying. I've been better. And you, Del?
All of my missing assets have returned to the fold. You might say all is going swimmingly. I ask you please to stop by my office for your hard-earned reward. I'd love to thank you face to face, so to speak.
Oh. I guess we're just gonna leave that one. I think I accidentally skipped a line, unfortunately. But I assume the line basically went, that one's a lost cause. Just be happy with the others. Damn, I cannot escape the trash horde. Whee! Ah! Oh, that's where I recognize the voice. It was the Marvel Ultron voice. Okay, that's it for that. Damn. Well, that is a little fucking grim. No regrets, huh? Okay. Ooh. Wait, what's here? What's this? An auto fixer. Oh, I could buy a car through you? Okay, cool. What the fuck is that? Is that a fucking monster truck? Okay. Some fancy looking sports cars. Some other fancy looking sports cars. I want a little two-door fucking dumbass. This is literally my car, guys. Wait. This is my car. This is exactly what my car looks like. It's a fucking orange two-door hatchback. This is literally my car. I'm buying it. Guys, leave me alone. I'm buying cars. I'm having fun. Look at these weird little guys. Oh, hey, this is the one I was looking at earlier with all the fucking wheels. With too many wheels. Sure. I want it. I should not be sitting here buying a whole bunch of cars. Ooh, there's bikes too. There's weird looking bikes. What's other? What the fuck are you? This is a tank. I can buy a tank. Okay, and then, or a Porsche. Samurai fan, a selling car, even Johnny Silverhand would trade his guitar and left nut for. I see. So this was his car, I guess? Ooh, fancy. Oh, weird looking. I love him. Dissing your own wares isn't exactly pre-marketing strategy, but Muammar El Capitan Reyes will always give it to you straight. We all know Mahir Supran looks like a group of hobos glued together a bathtub and a trash can and slapped on some dinner plates for wheels. It gets you from A to B. Just don't expect anyone to drop their panties when you drive by. If you're just looking to drive your leaky diaper granny to a Ripper or your chooms to a shady deal, you ain't gonna feel bad about ditching a Supran. I see. Well, I'll take it. Sounds great. I want it. Okay. Some cool looking cars. I want to buy this, but it's a little expensive. It's a little rich for my blood. The Gecko? Ah, Nomad stuff. Cool. Man, a bunch of weird shit. You guys just be selling a bunch of weird shit. Okay, I have the shit car and the other thing. Now do I want to buy the weird looking bike? The Apollo looks cool. This is the most stolen motorcycle model on the streets. As if that isn't... That's some kind of knock against it. That can only mean one thing. This bike is preem fucking machine. Made for the pavement. It's a sportier body, street suspension, stickier tires, even more horsepower. Sure, you could walk to the store for milk and bread looking like a primo loser, or you could ride this. Ah, it is cool. It is cool looking. Ah, fuck it. Okay, I've bought a bunch of weird looking fucking cars. Whoa. Now I love that. Huh. Ah!
I'll deal with you myself!
Shit. Thanks, stranger. That was a close one.
Oh, dude, I didn't even know you were here. I was just kind of murdering. All right, well, have fun cleaning that up, I guess. Man, this is a cool car, though. God damn. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Ah! Wait, how do I see on the... Oh, the windshield just becomes see-through. I see. Ooh, I like that when you're inside, you can hear the car differently. Oh, this is what Saris meant by you have to drive them from the inside. Oh, shit. Why is the fucking wheel look like this? Okay, well... Jesus, this shit sounds like it's gonna explode. Ah! Damn, it kind of handles crazy good. Ah! Never mind. Ow. Can I see my speed limit anywhere? Like inside the vehicle? I am going 250 miles per hour. Jesus Christ. I feel like fucking Batman. Ah! Damn, it even backs up crazy fast. Ah! My bad. My bad. Sorry, can't really see. Damn, she does not stop on a dime. I will tell you that. It's a Nomad Dream Machine? It really fucking is.
Hello, miss. I forgot to remind you to return the scanner. If you happen to have it on your person, I'd ask you please place it back.
Yep.
You've accounted for all my lost items. Allow me to express my gratitude for your assistance.
Felt like a scavenger hunt for a range of your mood swings. You're more complex than I thought.
Yes. Well, I've sent the final installment of your fee. Truly, I thank you once again.
How did your personality fracture anyway? And why?
Ah, that is the question. I'm looking into it, but still know little more than you do, I fear.
I see.
Thanks.
All right,
Pleasure
thanks.
to work with you.
Likewise. I look forward to doing so again in the future.
I figured I'd get a cool car. He's the car guy after all. We're all gonna buy all these fancy cars and then drive around the Pleasant Mobile? You fucking know it. Where is she? Yeah. Love that I can open the trunk for effectively no reason. Oh my god, it doesn't even have really two places to sit. It's just... Oh, well, at least I can see my miles per hour. Oh god, the whine of an annoying EV. Ah! Excuse me. Ah! Excuse me. This is stupid. This is stupid and I like it. Damn. Kind of... Ow! Excuse me. Who needs a windshield? I like it when I can taste the air. Wow, you handle like fucking butter on a hot plate. completely uncontrollable. All the traction of fucking something without track. Guys, I'm running out of fun things to say. That's what I think of you. Emery! Hello! We are almost surviving the economy in this thing. Almost. Should I try and kill this guy? First off, I gotta trade out the Kongu for the thingy, for the thingamabobber. Ooh, I can put more things on you. Oh, you're a revolver? You're not a revolver. I can put revolver mods on you. Well, then why the fuck are they called revolver mods? 20% of damage dealt into thermo. Yeah, that sounds great. Sure. Ooh. 4. Oh, less bullet spread actually sounds. Oh, current equip mod will be destroyed? Oh, good to know. Well, yes. We'll destroy that one. That's fine. Excuse me. Hey, didn't we already fight? Oh yeah, we super did. Ah, my god, you have friends. You have a crazy amount of friends. Zero Takikazo boss. I don't know. Someone got killed. And they were like, damn, that's crazy. Nice miss, dumbass. Uh-oh, they're about to kill him. Okay. Ah! Well, at least they did most of my job for me. Come here. Was in an op with the new boss today. His skills leave a lot to be desired compared to Sota's virtuosity. Job wasn't clean at all. Took a couple cuts to finish off some of the 6th streeters. Painful to watch. Why didn't you help him? I know you could have finished them off before he even managed to draw his blade. Wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. Maybe it's good he got some practice. Sota always made that top priority. Yeah, but he ruined the shirt you gave me. Besides, I don't feel any kinship with him. Don't worry, you'll get a new shirt for our new life away from this failing gang. Think a new shirt will come easier than a new life, but I guess we'll see. Sure hope I'm wrong, though ever since I started working on my Zen, my instincts have been much stronger. I see. Damn, that was a crazy good throw out of me. They ran down this hallway and into this parking garage, and that's when you lost them. Ah, I see. I fucking tagged you from across the fucking map. Okay. Dakota, genuinely don't know who you are. Oh.
Thought nomads were always on the move, but you stayed put?
Yes. They call us statics, but we are also necessary. Somebody must take care of those who come and go.
Yeah. Take care of them. For the right cut.
Indeed.
Tell me about the Badlands. Not much going on out here, huh?
Au contraire, if you use your eyes and ears. This is an ecosystem. Nomads, Raff and Shiv, corporations, and drifters, they form a complete whole. Remove one part, the delicate balance topples.
Better run. Call you later.
Of course.
Cool. Alright, let's sell my shit. You, and you, you, and you. And even you, I think. And you. Fuck it. I'll keep those two just because they seem useful in a pinch, maybe? Hold on, how do I do comparison? I don't know. Attack speed is about the same, damage is about the same. Yeah, fuck it. Let's get rid of this. I'll keep the shotgun just in case. Okay, well, we took care of that shit. So that's nice. Alright, let's go talk to Rogue. Let's finally do the thing we're supposed to do, and let's call our new bike. See what's up with it. Huh, weird little thing, aren't you? It is just kind of a worse bike than the Arch. And I do kind of hate how it sounds. Cool. Where the fuck does it want me to go? And why have the graphics shit themselves? Yep. Blarg. I must have been slightly frustrating to watch on D as they like clearly walk in a straight line towards a thing, and I'm just like, bah, I guess they're gone forever, and then leave. Oh god, the graphics are not getting better. Okay. We'll do a quick stop. You know what? Maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign. Sun under the shade. I think maybe it's time we wrapped it up. Unfortunately. Ah! Damn, my whole computer's kind of freaking out. Hope the stream's still up. And you know exactly where we're going. You know exactly where we're going. Don't even fucking think about it for a second. We're going to the one, the only B-Race Serena for her slumber party. She's such a fucking treasure. I love her dearly. We're gonna go harass her. It's gonna be a great time. Creep, queep, queep. Copy a raid message, copy the queep message, do whatever you like. The world's your fucking oyster. Thank you for being here for stream. It was a fucking blast. And I will see you tomorrow for Baldur's Gate with Captain. It'll be a good fucking time. Join the Discord if you're not in it. You'll know when I'm streaming and you'll keep me funny by letting me steal your jokes. Okay, bye! Love you! Dorks, dorks! You're dorks! Bye! Oh why, oh why?